Chapter 135. Soon, all the grass within a 2-kilometer radius was turned over and gathered in one place. It was currently noon. The sun was high in the sky, and the grass was pointing upwards. According to Li Chenglong's explanation, they would be able to distinguish it very soon. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was unhappy. After asking Li Chenglong for confirmation, he used the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Flaming Sun, to coordinate with him. In just a moment, the temperature of the surrounding area rose. In less than an hour, 99% of the grass that had been piled up like a mountain had withered. As most of the grass withered, the special green weeds that were originally hidden in the grass revealed themselves. These unique plants had lush green leaves and delicate white roots. They were not affected by the high temperature at all. This is the sun-returning grass. Legend has it that it has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Li Chenglong shouted, "Don't touch it. This thing needs to be stored in a wooden box. Don't use a jade box. The jade box is cold and will dilute the medicinal properties. If you don't prepare a wooden box, you can just take it from the surrounding tree stumps." Damn, there are 123 of them. Not bad, not bad. This thing is worth 20 contribution points each. These are worth another 2,400 contribution points. Li Chenglong was so excited that he was trembling. Zhuo, we have almost 8,000 contribution points now. I've only heard that the rewards from the training were bountiful and that getting rich overnight was nothing. I thought they were just exaggerating. Now that the truth is in front of us, it's really easy. Easy? Long Yusheng and Wanli Xiu were speechless at Li Chenglong's words. They even wanted to look down on him. Everyone's gains this time were indeed amazing. They had not encountered any danger during the training so far. It could be described as easy. However, this easy was built on the fact that there was an abnormal person in the group. Which one of the martial arts students in the school did not complain about the difficulty of earning contribution points? They worked hard to dig up meteorites. There might not even be one jade of astral souls in 100 meteorites. Even if there was a jade of astral souls in 100 meteorites, there might not even be one jade of middle grade. Easy. It was not easy to find a spiritual herb that was about to mature. However, there was bound to be a vicious beast or a star beast guarding the herb. After a big battle, it was normal for the members to be covered in wounds. However, even if they were lucky enough to get 100 or so contribution points, they could count themselves lucky. Most of the time, they would only get a few dozen contribution points. Moreover, they were risking their lives. How could it be easy? Perhaps some people would say that what Li Chenglong said could be done by anyone. Take the sun-returning grass as an example. Everyone knew about the relationship between the 9-segment centipede and the sun-returning grass. What was so difficult about it? However, the real problem was that the 9-segment centipedes basically lived underground. They moved around silently, so who knew where they lived? As for the 6-clawed snake at the very beginning, it wasn't even an astral beast, yet it had become the key to this harvest. In the vast sea of knowledge, it seemed easy and inconspicuous to pick out a single piece of relationship. However, to be able to combine theory with reality at any time and any place, and to quickly come to a conclusion, that was a result that could only be achieved after mastering countless pieces of knowledge. This was an extraordinary ability that ordinary people did not even dare to think about. Easy? Aside from Li Chenglong, the other 5 secretly sighed in their hearts. If these words were heard by other martial masters or cultivators, even if they didn't kill him, they would imprison him and make him serve them for a lifetime, until he died. Everyone turned to chopping trees to make wooden boxes. They were full of joy and did not feel tired at all. Zhou Xiaoduo was also about to move. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stood up cautiously and looked around. He could not help but frown. When he looked at Li Chenglong and the others, his frown deepened. Their faces were covered in a layer of bad luck, which was rapidly gathering. Is this the reverse of luck? Are we going to be unlucky? Zhou Xiaoduo ordered, "Everyone, don't move. Come back and form a triangular formation." Be careful of any accidents. Li Chenglong and the others were puzzled when they heard this. However, no one questioned it. They all retreated to Zhuoxiaoduo's side to be on guard. Wanli Xiu frowned and said, "Boss, is there something wrong?" "I just felt upset." It came inexplicably, but it felt very real. Zhuoxiaoduo chuckled and said, "A girl's intuition is indeed more sensitive than rough men like us. Long Yusheng, your wife's intuition is so sensitive. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to set up flags outside in the future." Long Yusheng's face turned red and he said, "You're the one setting up flags outside." Seeing Zhuoxiaoduo talking and laughing, the others calmed down a little. Seeing that Zhuo was still in the mood to joke, even if there was trouble, it would not be too big. Whoosh! A saber appeared out of nowhere and fell from the sky. There was a red silk tied to the saber. The other party probably did not use much strength. The saber was stuck in the ground. Only half of the saber was in the ground. The remaining half was swaying gently. As the saber swayed, the red silk at the hilt swayed as well. It was extremely eye-catching. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, 3 people, 3 young men, emerged from the dense grass with a meaningful look on their faces. Very good. It's rare for you to find so many things that others can't find. You're talented. You're really talented. I admire you. The young man in the middle, in such a chaotic environment, was wearing a spotless white robe. He was waving a fan in his hand and said in a carefree manner, "Not bad, not bad. You're worthy of praise." Zhuoxiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. What do you want to do by disturbing us? Say it quickly. I don't have that much time to listen to your chatter." "Oh, I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant." The young man put away his folding fan and said with a faint smile, "The 3 of us are called the 3 young masters of Fengcheng. We're quite famous. I believe you've heard of us before." The 3 young masters of Fengcheng. Hearing this name, Li Chenglong and the others' faces darkened. The 3 young masters of Fengcheng were students of No. 1 middle school. It was said that these 3 students came from very good families. Their fathers' and mothers' families had some power. The 3 of them were also very hard-working. They reached the Xiantian realm in their 20s. As a result, they were usually domineering in No. 1 middle school. Under the guise of students should solve their own problems. Teachers should not interfere, they did whatever they wanted in No. 1 middle school. How did they meet these 3 troublemakers here? 3 Xiantian realm cultivators. For Li Chenglong, Zhuoxiaoduo and the others, they could be said to be experts. Say it. What do you want? Zhuoxiaoduo snorted. The 3 young masters of Fengcheng. It seems that they want to blackmail me. You've been busy for a long time. We won't ask too much. We want half of the sun-returning grass and the 9 segment centipedes. The young man opened his folding fan with a swoosh and slowly waved it. The 3 of us will accept your kind intentions. I'm Ting Hao. Thank you for your kindness. Wan Lixiu was so angry that her face turned red. Who said I'm giving it to you? You're so thick-skinned. Not giving it to me. It's best if you don't give it to me. Ting Hao smiled maliciously and said, I was hoping you wouldn't give it to me. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong and the others. The bad luck was still gathering. His heart suddenly moved and his brows furrowed. Could it be that these 3 people were not the source of the bad luck? Then there were other dangers. I must end this quickly. Thinking of this, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily. Teacher Qin, we'll solve this problem ourselves. Then he took 3 big steps forward. Since you've made up your mind, let's cut the crap. It's impossible for you to take away our benefits with empty words. Let's fight. Come and fight with me. If you win, you can take all the benefits here. If you lose, don't blame us for being stingy. Come, come, come. You're Ting Hao, right? Come, come. Let Grandpa Zhuo weigh you. Ting Hao was disturbed by the way he called out Teacher Qin. Was there a teacher nearby? Didn't he say there wasn't? He couldn't help but show a dignified expression. You? Yes, it's me. Zhuo Xiaoduo carried his big knife and looked very powerful. With this axe of yours. Bah, this is a knife. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. He took a big step forward and smashed his axe down. If you want to rob, then rob. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you nagging endlessly? Can't you show some respect for your profession? You're a robber, not a mouthpiece. Ting Hao raised his foot and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Without dodging, Ting Hao met the saber head-on. The two sabers collided and a loud bang was heard. Ting Hao chuckled and said, "Since you don't want face, I will let you know what it means to be a Xiantian warrior." He was secretly shocked. This guy's knife is so heavy. Noisy. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned over and smashed his big axe. Oh, his big knife again. After all, Ting Hao had already reached the Xiantian realm, and his strength was much stronger than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. Moreover, Ting Hao didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt a tightness in his chest as he was sent flying 30 feet away from the impact of the collision. Long Yusheng and the others came to help. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, "Don't worry about me. Pay attention to your surroundings. Danger is coming." As he spoke, he once again leaped into the air without stopping. Suddenly, a blazing light bloomed in the air along with his saber. It was impossible not to use the flaming sun scripture. At this moment, he was like a sun that suddenly fell from the sky. Ting Hao hadn't even landed on the ground yet, but the heat wave had already enveloped him. Even the air within the radius of the heat wave was burned up, making it difficult to breathe. Ting Hao was shocked. Without thinking, he let out a roar and attacked with all his strength, launching a fierce counterattack. With another loud bang, Zhuo Xiaoduo was sent flying 10 feet into the air. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ting Hao didn't have it easy either. Although his cultivation level and strength were much higher than Zhuo Xiaoduo's, he still had the upper hand in this fight. He didn't even move his feet and sent Zhuo Xiaoduo flying. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's knife was too heavy. Ting Hao's knife was only 7 to 8 jin, but Zhuo Xiaoduo's knife was more than 300 jin. Ting Hao jumped up and smashed down again. He was in a higher position and his strength was even more powerful. What was worse was that when the two knives collided, the blazing power passed through the knife in an unprecedented way and directly invaded Ting Hao's meridians. Ting Hao, who didn't have to worry about this, only felt that his internal organs were burning. It was as if his body was suddenly invaded by a raging flame and was burning fiercely. In a trance, he only felt his vision darken, and the vigorous strength that was originally flowing through his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. With a loud cry, he suddenly fell to the ground. The clothes on his body were actually dried and cracked by the heat that was overflowing from the surface of his body, and even his hair was in a curly state. Then, Ting Hao followed in Zhuo Xiaoduo's footsteps and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, even this mouthful of blood was steaming hot. There were even traces of black ashes in it. Then, he saw that Ting Hao's exposed skin was covered in blisters, like the bubbles on the surface of the water in the spring rain. Large patches of blisters connected together. The other two young men were shocked. They quickly rushed over to check on Ting Hao's condition. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was in mid-air, didn't hesitate. He raised his big knife and his whole body was boiling with heat waves. The fiery sun of the flaming sun sutra was activated to the extreme. Once again, he violently smashed down, "Damn it, how dare you steal from me? Don't you know who the #1 bully in Phoenix City is? If I said I was tired and passed out, would you believe me? Fourth watch again. Please vote. Please subscribe. Please support." Chapter 136. The two young men roared angrily and pulled out their weapons at the same time. They also reserved a considerable amount of energy to protect their dantian and internal organs. Their cultivation was on par with Zhuoxiaoduo. They were both at the Xiantian level and could see through the cultivation of Zhuoxiaoduo and the others. Although Tinghao was in a miserable state, they were confident that Zhuoxiaoduo was only using a special technique and Zhuoxiaoduo was not prepared for it. Thus, Zhuoxiaoduo was able to take advantage of the gap and succeed. Now that the two of them had joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, they were not afraid of Zhuoxiaoduo's attack. Unfortunately, they were too naive. Even if the two of them joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, it was still useless. The high temperature created by Zhuoxiaoduo had reached a level that humans could not withstand. Tinghao's clothes on the ground had even started to burn. Another loud bang was heard as the weapons collided once again. Zhuoxiaoduo spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. This time, he was sent flying even more severely. When he landed on the ground, he could barely get up. His small face had turned deathly pale. However, the two young men opposite him were in an even worse situation. They felt as if their internal organs were being roasted by a raging fire. The water in their bodies was almost instantly sucked dry. Their hair was extremely curly, and some even directly turned into powder and fell to the ground. His clothes had also turned into pieces of dried leaves. The blisters on his body started to appear in large patches. Even though their cultivation was much higher than Zhuoxiaoduo's, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from a mystical technique like the Flaming Sun scripture. The difference in cultivation realms, when contrasted with one's true strength, was an almost insurmountable chasm. However, the Flaming Sun scripture ignored the difference in cultivation realms. With its characteristic of burning everything, it directly burned the opponent's internal organs until they were severely injured. Yu Moyan and Long Yusheng immediately ran over and helped Zhuoxiaoduo up. They were ready to attack at any time. "Boss, are you alright?" "Puff. I'm fine." Zhuoxiaoduo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He felt dizzy and saw stars, but he still held on. He took a deep breath and grabbed the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand. He was racing against time to absorb the spiritual energy inside the dagger to recover. He gasped for a few more breaths before he said, "Help me over there." On the other side, the three young masters of Fengcheng were miserably lying on the ground. These three fellows were on the verge of death and didn't even dare to move. Their entire bodies were covered in blisters, the kind that was transparent like a bag of water. In fact, the injuries on their bodies were not very serious. They only needed to rest for a while. When the burning sensation subsided, they would be able to recover. Even the blisters on their bodies did not affect them much. After all, they were Xiantian-level practitioners. Their recovery ability was far above ordinary people. However, the premise was that they needed time. Now, they were exhausted and injured. They had almost lost all their combat power. Any one of the 6 people on Zhuoxiaoduo's side could take their lives. The 3 of them were full of regret. They had already gained a lot of things this time, but they were obsessed. They thought that they were going to pick up a soft persimmon, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. This guy was only a martial master, but he was so strong. A martial master defeated 3 Xiantian experts. It was unbelievable. Seeing Zhuoxiaoduo coming over, the 3 of them were frightened. "You! What are you going to do?" The 3 of them were terrified of Zhuoxiaoduo. Of course, they were even more afraid that Zhuoxiaoduo would kill them. The 3 of them were the ones who provoked him first. It was reasonable that they were killed. Moreover, there were all his people here. If they really died, it would be quiet. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the 3 of them and grinned. "You're the 3 young masters of Fengcheng, right? I officially announce that I've taken a liking to you, starting from today." In the face of the fiendish Master Zhuo, the 3 men, who had been overflowing with arrogance a moment ago, started to tremble like quails in the cold wind. What did he mean by taking a liking to us? Could it be that the 3 of us are handsome and dashing, so she has some indecent and filthy thoughts? No, we're all straight men of steel. But he said that he had taken a liking to us, so he wouldn't kill us, right? At the critical moment of life and death, it was easy to lose focus. Zhuo Xiaoduo staggered over and sneered. I don't care why you're here. This is not the territory of number 1 middle school. It doesn't make sense for you to be here. Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice carried a kind of affirmation, as well as an indescribable rhythm, but it had its own rhythms. The three of them on the ground became more and more panicked. I'm not interested to know who ordered you to be here. Although, you must have been ordered by someone to be here. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, how could you run into us so coincidentally? The three of them became more and more panicked. I'm also not interested to know what you've received, what you're trying to do, and what your real purpose is. Zhuo Xiaoduo said firmly, the only thing I'm interested in is that I've taken a liking to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke arrogantly while listening to the movements around him calmly. However, his posture remained the same, and his eyes never looked around. He was standing in front of the three unlucky people in front of him. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Boss, are you saying that these three guys didn't meet by chance? That they're here to rob us? Wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo sneered and said, they're not here to rob us. They're here to make trouble for us. To be more precise, they're here to make trouble for me. Why? It's simple. If they want to rob us, they won't come up and say that they'll leave half of it for us. Taking half of it is already an irreconcilable feud. Why would they let the other half go? Also, they've been staring at me and talking to me since they came. After I stood out to fight, they focused all their attention on me. They didn't even look at you guys out of the corner of their eyes. With their cultivation and strength, they don't need to pay so much attention to me. When it came to the battle, he used all his strength and wanted to take me down in one fell swoop. This is already enough to explain many problems. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that the foundation of the dragon blood flying dagger was rapidly replenishing his deficit. In just a short while, he had already recovered 70 to 80% of his injuries. He couldn't help but feel relieved. They even want to kill me. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and raised his head, saying, Teacher Qin, you don't have to come down. We can handle it ourselves. Wanli Xiao and the others? Could it be that Teacher Qin is watching over us now? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the three people in front of him and smiled faintly. He took a few steps forward and began to search them. You! What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I'm taking away your earnings. You relied on your cultivation and strength to rob us of our earnings. Now, the tables have turned. Of course, you'll be taken away. Zhuo Xiaoduo searched them one by one and took all their earnings this time. Then, he threw them to Li Chenglong, saying, this windfall is ours. We'll divide it equally like before. Yes, sir. However, the money they have belongs to me alone. Zhuo Xiaoduo took the total of 4,587 yuan and put it into his pocket, not leaving a single cent behind. He then angrily kicked the three of them a few times and scolded, three poor bastards. How dare you rob us with such little money? He kicked them a few more times in anger and said disdainfully, how dare you call yourselves the three young masters of Fengqing with such little wealth? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongues? The three people were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, they didn't dare to say anything. The three of them had now thoroughly understood that although the kid in front of them was much weaker than them, he had practiced an extremely strange cultivation technique that was beyond the scope of the three of them. That strange yuan qi really made the three of them feel helpless. Just the suppression of the Xiantian realm was useless against this kid. They could only watch helplessly as they were robbed and didn't dare to resist. This kid's hand was like a high-temperature furnace. If you struggled a little, his fingers would tap here and there would be 17 or 18 bell-like blisters on your body. This weapon is not bad. It's like casting pearls before swine. Zhuo Xiaoduo took it without hesitation. This folding fan. Ah, It's actually woven with the astral silk as the base. Not bad, not bad. Why do you only have so little jade of astral souls? Zhou Xiaoduo also took the jade of astral souls. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. Seeing that there was really nothing left, he said disappointedly, it's too extravagant for the three of you to have 3 mobile phones. You have no problem with me taking 2 of them, right? Leaving one for contact and rescue is enough. Your watches. They really don't suit you. I think they suit me quite well. Thank you. Come, write a letter to prove that you have given all these to me. Yes, write this, we are willing to give the knife, folding fan, jade of astral souls, harvest, watches, mobile phones. To Zhou Xiaoduo for free. Long live friendship. Okay, sign below and write your ID number. Come, write your names first, then press your thumbprints. Okay, not bad, not bad. Sigh, you're all Xiantians. Your handwriting is so ugly. Who's your language teacher? He's really misleading the students. There's another one. The content is as follows, in the future, whenever we get something good, we will give it to Zhou Xiaoduo for free. Once a week, we will never go back on our words. Otherwise, we will be struck by lightning and never reincarnate. If we violate this oath, our son will not have an anus. Come, sign and press your thumbprints. Oh, write down your class and home address. If I can't find you in school, I'll go to your houses. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? Chapter 137. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and carefully put away the 6 pieces of paper into his pocket. He then cheerfully said, I like people like you who are loyal and loyal. Let's do it this way. In the future, you can come to me once a week. If you don't have time, I can go to you. Since you don't come on Saturday, I'll go to you on Sunday. Well, Sunday is the only rest day every week, so I'll go on Monday. I'll go to number 1 middle school and report my name as Feng Cheng's 3rd young master. I believe it'll be easy to find you, right? Every dog has its day. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will turn. If the water doesn't turn, the heart will turn. If you don't turn, I'll turn too. Zhou Xiaoduo hummed a song. When I go back, I'll make a few copies of this. I'll also make a few copies of it online and email. Well, I'll also send a few copies to them. If I die, you can give it to them. Especially this girl, the governor's daughter. If I die, you can give it to her. If you can curry favor with her, it'll be a good thing for you. Well, that's it. I'm very happy to meet you 3 new friends today. Teng Hao, Xiao Fei, Han Ping. Right? Very good, very good. We'll be a family in the future. We'll take care of each other with all sincerity. If there's a blessing, I'll enjoy it. If there's a misfortune, you 3 will bear it. From now on, we'll be free and easy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Teng Hao, Xiao Fei, and Han Ping. Their intestines were swollen with regret. There's actually the governor's daughter among them? This time. It's a done deal. Zhou Xiaoduo paced back and forth. Your boss Zhou is tight on money now. If you guys are smart and sensible, then get more. Robbery is a skill. Do you guys need to use some strategy in the future? I like the new kind of money that's connected to each other. The 3 of them wanted to die now. What kind of person is this? After we rob, do we have to sell it to the bank and exchange it for new money? Does the service need to be so considerate? Li Chenglong asked from the side, Boss, do you know who ordered them? Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and rolled his eyes at him. He didn't care about this topic and said, Oh right, Teacher Qin is still up there. Remember to prepare a set for Teacher Qin. Everyone who sees him has a share, everyone who sees him has a share. Li Chenglong coughed and said, Of course, we can't do without him. We still have to prepare a large portion. Zhua Xiaoduo cursed. At this moment, the grass rustled. Zhua Xiaoduo also noticed that the bad luck on Li Chenglong's and the others' faces was rapidly spreading. Get down! Zhua Xiaoduo let out a loud roar. He spread his arms and knocked down all 5 of his companions. There was only one thought in his mind: what the fuck, I can't believe they weren't scared. Teacher Qin's reputation isn't strong enough. Sigh, this little fatty's words are really asking for a beating. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds were heard. Zhua Xiaoduo felt a sharp pain on his back and his vision turned black. Li Chenglong and the others beside him were also groaning. Their bodies were constantly twitching, and their screams were stuck in their throats. Move forward. Zhua Xiaoduo squeezed out 2 words. The 6 of them quickly moved forward 30 feet while lying on the ground. This movement made the pain on their backs even worse. They almost fainted on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. A series of hidden weapons were nailed to the place where they were lying on the ground. If they hadn't fled in such a hurry, there would have been casualties among the 6 of them. Zhua Xiaoduo stretched out his hand and pulled out a dart from his back. He sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped up. Ignoring the blood that was gushing out, he roared towards the sky, Teacher Qin. Qin Fengyang couldn't hear him at all. Fortunately, although Teacher Qin wasn't here, there were still others. Swoosh, swoosh. A series of shadows flashed. Lu Jiansheng and his 10 brothers jumped out angrily from all directions. They had been nearby the whole time. When Ting Hao and the others came to provoke them, Lu Jiansheng wanted to take action. However, after a round of fierce fighting, Zhua Xiaoduo's side had gained the upper hand. Naturally, he didn't take action. After all, the experiential learning was a training for warriors. It was better for them not to get involved. It was because they were a little far away that they didn't notice that there were other enemies hiding in the dark, eyeing them covetously. Moreover, they attacked with thunderous attacks, intending to kill them. At this moment, when the people hiding in the dark saw Lu Jiansheng and the others appear, they didn't fight. Instead, they quickly turned around in the bushes and went far away in a flash. Old 8 and Old 9, stay. The rest of you, follow me. Lu Jiansheng and the others chased after them like fierce tigers coming down from the mountain. After Zhua Xiaoduo shouted for help, he hurriedly turned around to check on the injuries of Long Yusheng and the other 4. Fortunately, he had been on guard all along. When there was a commotion, he immediately laid down. Other than himself, who was slightly behind because he brought a few people with him, the rest of them were basically on their butts and thighs. Their injuries weren't too serious. Li Chenglong trembled as he pulled out the dart from his buttocks. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "Boss. If you hadn't raised your head and shouted, Teacher Qin earlier, I'm afraid we'd all be finished today." Swollen was also a clever person. He had already understood half of the situation just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to link up with Zhua Xiaoduo's words so well. In fact, when Zhua Xiaoduo and the others didn't succeed, the enemy had already come close. Then, with the cooperation of Li Chenglong and Zhua Xiaoduo, it was as if they worked together to set up an empty fort strategy. They succeeded in making the enemy hesitate for a while. If they had taken action immediately, the 6 of them would have been dead by now. But in the end, it was the little fatty who exposed himself. When he said that he wanted to prepare a large portion for Teacher Qin, it was completely exposed. How could Qin Fengyang be a person who took things from students? Willow dart. Li Chenglong trembled in pain. The dart in his buttocks had almost penetrated his buttocks and was stuck in his bones. The pain was indescribable when he pulled it out. Wanli Xiu's thigh was stabbed. It should have been easier to deal with among them. But the problem was that there were no women here. Long Yusheng, find a place to help Xiu Er deal with it. Anyway, you guys will be honest with each other sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Li Chenglong was trembling in pain and actually teasing others. Wanli Xiu originally intended to let Long Yusheng deal with her wound. But after hearing Swollen's words, Wanli Xiu was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. No matter what, she wouldn't let Long Yusheng deal with it. In the end, she found a place to hide from others. She sucked in cold air and dealt with her wound while muttering curses at Li Chenglong and Long Yusheng. "You stinky mouth!" Long Yusheng and Zhou Xiaoduo scolded Li Chenglong together. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Where did Qin Fangyang go? Logically speaking, he should be the first person to guard the surroundings. It didn't make sense that he couldn't be seen after such a long time. Now that such a big thing had happened, he still couldn't be seen. This shouldn't be. Li Chenglong held the dart and looked at it. His face was gloomy. This is Mu Yunfeng's dart. Li Chenglong scolded angrily, "That bastard. It's him." "Are you sure?" Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his disappointment towards Li Chenglong's conclusion, the kind of extreme disappointment. If it was really Mu Yunfeng's dart, then this matter involved the UMNO alliance. In that case, it was almost certain that Ting Hao and the others would enter Star Shield. Then, what was the use of keeping those notes? Zhou Xiaoduo was so depressed that he wanted to die. "I finally found a proper long-term source of income after much difficulty. Sigh, how long will it take for them to be released? It should be fine for the time being." Zhou Xiaoduo's back was severely injured. Blood was flowing out. Li Zhongming had been treating his wound for a while, but several pieces of gauze were soaked and barely stopped the bleeding. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at everyone's faces again and finally felt relieved. The bad luck is finally gone. But why didn't we see through the changes this time? Yesterday, I saw that there was no danger. Is this what it means to be scared but not in danger? Then this category of scared but not in danger seems to have to be expanded in the future. As long as there is no danger to life, then it is scared but not in danger. Can it be explained like this? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Could it be a coincidence, a last-minute idea? But this shouldn't be. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and muttered. At this moment. On the top floor of Second High's office building. Jiang Zhongbin stood respectfully at the door. "Teacher, have you rested well?" "I'm here. I'm Jiang Zhongbin." The door opened. He Yuanyue was a little annoyed. "Why are you so late? Didn't I ask you to come earlier?" Jiang Zhongbin bowed humbly and smiled apologetically. He helped Yuanyue to sit down, wiped his sweat, and said flatteringly, "Teacher, I had something to do at the last minute. I'm late, please forgive me." Yuanyue sighed and rolled her eyes at him. As Jiang Zhongbin's teacher, Yuanyue understood this student to the bone. This kid was obviously afraid of disturbing her rest, so he deliberately came late. "Teacher, do you have any instructions for me?" Jiang Zhongbin diligently massaged Yuanyue's shoulders and temples. His technique was experienced and his strength was moderate. Obviously, he was quite experienced. "Teacher, please try this massage technique that I just learned." "How is it?" "Bin, you're so considerate." Yuanyue sighed. As the director of SHIELD, Jiang Zhongbin actually went to learn massage. It was easy to imagine what his intentions were. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes were a little red after hearing her praise. He said, "It's what I should do. Zhongbin just hates that I haven't done enough for you. You've done very well." Yuanyue closed her eyes and said, "I'm very gratified. The reason I called you here today is indeed because there's an important matter. A very, very important matter. The people involved are very sensitive. I've been hesitating for a few days, and even now, I still haven't decided if I should tell you or how to tell you." Yuanyue said softly. "Please feel free to speak your mind." Jiang Zhongbin subconsciously held his breath. In the afternoon, the chief updated. He really didn't have any chapters left. Sigh, who could have hundreds of thousands of chapters left? There was only one person who could do this in the online literature industry since ancient times. His heart was stifled. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendations. Chapter 138. Jiang Zhongbin felt his scalp go numb. Something that could make Yuanyue hesitate for so long, something that could make He Yuanyue hesitate for so long. Jiang Zhongbin instinctively smelled the scent of a monstrous wave. He Yuanyue muttered to herself, her face showing a hesitant expression. Her white hair was fluttering in the wind. This was a sign that she was deep in thought. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyes were unusually solemn. As she muttered to herself for a long time, Chief Zhang's heart grew heavier and heavier. He knew very well that in recent years, there were not many things that could make the old principal so cautious and deliberate. Now, she had called in advance and asked him to come in secret. After coming, she was still hesitating and deliberating the words to speak. Then, this matter would most likely be of earth-shattering importance. Then, the people involved in this matter would most likely be unprecedentedly important. As He Yuanyue continued to ponder, Jiang Zhongbin almost didn't dare to breathe loudly. A layer of cold sweat quietly appeared on his shiny scalp. Even his heart was beating faster and faster, but he had to control himself and not dare to breathe loudly for fear of interrupting He Yuanyue's thoughts. Just how important was this matter? Finally, He Yuanyue said, "Sister Lan, please stand guard at the door. Use the power of your astral souls to isolate my office." Okay. The sweat on Jiang Zhongbin's forehead rolled down in an instant. The two of them were already here, and Sister Lan was actually still needed to isolate the information. After a long time, in a deathly silent atmosphere, He Yuanyue finally spoke. "Zhongbin, what is the highest power that you can use now? How much exactly?" He Yuanyue finally spoke. But once she opened her mouth, just one sentence, not only did Jiang Zhongbin's mood not relax, but it made him even more nervous. His mind was tense like never before. He thought seriously and said, "The combat power that Star Shield has stationed in Phoenix City includes 2 nascent soul cultivators and 11 primordial core grandmasters. But these primordial core cultivators, when they walked the thorny road back then, they didn't exceed 6 levels." He Yuanyue slowly shook her head. "Not enough. Far from enough. In addition, I am confident that I can invite Kunlun Dao Sect's Mu Yanyan and Zizai Dao Sect's teacher Cho to help. These two are peak nascent soul experts." Jiang Zhongbin slowly considered who he could get help from and who he could rely on. "Other than that, I can also get help from the governor's office and the city guard's office." As he spoke, he cautiously observed He Yuanyue's expression. There's no need to mention these 2 places. Are there any other reinforcements?" He Yuanyue interrupted and said gloomily. Jiang Zhongbin felt a chill run down his spine. When he mentioned the governor's mansion and the city guard's mansion, he didn't say anything definite. His main intention was to test the waters, hoping to get a rough idea. He didn't expect that He Yuanyue would directly reject these 2 places. Doesn't that mean that the more Jiang Zhongbin thought about it, the colder his heart became? Wouldn't this matter pierce through the heavens? The combat power of our side is too weak. He Yuanyue sighed helplessly and said lightly, "There is a huge disparity in the combat power of both sides. Coupled with the disadvantage of being passive, even if the only 3 nascent soul senior teachers in the 2nd high school are all sent to you, plus Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan are lent to you, it's still not enough." Jiang Zhongbin broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to answer for a while. Such a lineup, such a manpower, such a configuration, it was still far from enough. What was the scale of the other side's combat power? He couldn't sleep and eat well just thinking about it. If we gather all the high-end forces of the governor's mansion, the city guards, the military, and the martial arts educational bureau, it's enough. But in these places, there are too many people who can't be trusted. He Yuanyue said lightly, "Once we alert the enemy, we really have no chance." Jiang Zhongbin wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say or where to start. His heart was stuck in his throat, or it would jump out of his mouth in the next moment. The situation had become so serious. How could he deal with it? At least in his imagination, there was no backup plan. Will the summit send experts as reinforcements? Can the Dragon Blood team send a few people? He Yuanyue mentioned the Dragon Blood team very clearly. It was obvious that she favored this force. It's not very likely that we can invite the Dragon Blood team as reinforcements. I made a report last time, but the higher-ups didn't approve it. Jiang Zhangbin's expression became more and more depressed. He Yuanyue pushed the wheelchair all the way to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked into the distance. After a long time, she said softly, "That day, Li Changjiang came to find me and told me something. The possible consequences of this matter are unknown, and it's hard to predict whether it's good or bad. I asked him to suppress it for the time being. Now that the situation is urgent, I've been weighing the pros and cons these past few days and planning for a long time. Until I called you over today." He Yuanyue let out a long sigh. Originally, I thought that if we could mobilize enough forces, we could directly cut off the UMNO Alliance's highest leadership on our side and break this situation from top to bottom. But now it seems that at most, we'll just alert the enemy. Jiang Zhangbin gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher, please enlighten me." He Yuanyue looked into the distance and said indifferently, "My aura gazing technique is said to be magical, but in reality, it's just a beginner's level. It took a long time to determine the Phoenix vein. As for the more detailed content, I didn't understand much, so it can be said that I didn't discover much. But that day, because of a reminder, I asked Sister Lan to bring me up to the sky to look down on the entire Phoenix City. I specifically scanned the governor's mansion and actually made an unexpected discovery." Governor's mansion. Jiang Zhangbin's body trembled. Then, with a calm face, he slowly walked to the front of the chair and sat down. After waiting for a long time, he finally got the worst answer, but his heart suddenly calmed down. The situation was already as bad as it could be. But at most, it could only be so. There was no way to make it worse. Then, next, he just had to do his best to face it. When he thought of this, Jiang Zhangbin didn't have the fear and uneasiness from before. The governor's mansion's atmosphere is strict. The layout is like the astral soul's continent's aura soaring to the sky. However, there is a trace of coldness hidden within. That is the aura of the UMNO Alliance. It moves together with the aura of the governor's mansion, rising and falling. It has almost merged into one. He Yuanyue laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for someone's reminder and I just looked at it myself, even if I was blind, I most likely wouldn't have seen anything strange. I have to say, once the heart is fixed, it's hard to see anything strange. But from another perspective, I can see that something is wrong. Although it's just a trace of abnormality. Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath. "Teacher, you can just tell me what you plan to do. I now fully understand the importance of this matter." He Yuanyue said lightly, "Understanding is one thing. How to do it is another. You must not be reckless. You are the main force of our side. If even you act rashly and ruin yourself, it's a small matter. But if you fail, it may cause a chain reaction and cause the entire Phoenix City to suffer a calamity. I'm afraid the people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Yes, this student understands. He Yuanyue finally made up her mind. Since she had made up her mind, she no longer hesitated and said, "On the day of the incident in Second High, you came to the school and were in Li Changjiang's principal's office. Do you remember who was sitting next to you?" Jiang Zhangbin was stunned. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when He Yuanyue continued, "Sitting on your left was a tall and thin old man in a gray robe. His hair was white, and his broom-like eyebrows were quite eye-catching." Jiang Zhangbin exclaimed, "Teacher, are you talking about him?" "Lower your voice." He Yuanyue was a little dissatisfied. "Is this the calmness of the director of Star Shield?" Jiang Zhangbin nodded repeatedly. The sweat on his bald head had already formed a line. He only felt that his mouth was dry and sticky and his throat was dry. He murmured, "That is Shang Qingyun, the first butler of the governor's office, the sworn brother of Governor Wan Pingyuan. He was already a master at the peak of nascent soul 40 years ago. In our Phoenix City, even if he is not second to none, he is one of the top 3 candidates." As he spoke, the sweat on his face almost covered his eyes. He Yuanyue murmured, "Shang Qingyun." Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath. wiped his sweat, and continued, "Legend has it that the area around Phoenix City, Nanji City, and Antai City was almost all under the control of the Blackwater Wolves. When Juan Pingyuan just took office, the three cities joined forces to eliminate the Blackwater Wolves. The battle with the wolves that day was earth-shattering. Juan Pingyuan's family was attacked by the Blackwater Wolves. Seeing that the whole family was destroyed, Shang Qingyun stepped forward and saved the lives of Juan Pingyuan's family. After that, in the battle to annihilate the Blackwater Wolves bandits on the Infinite Plains, Shang Qingyun led the charge and marched through the continuous 9 mountains that the Blackwater Wolves bandits occupied with his sword alone, despite the order from the Green Cloud domain. In that battle, more than 7,000 members of the Blackwater bandits lost their lives under Shang Qingyun's sword, including 8 of the 13 leaders of the Blackwater bandits. In that battle, the Blackwater Wolves, who claimed to have more than 300,000 troops, were completely defeated. More than 100,000 Blackwater Wolves died on the spot. In the following 10 years, the prisons of the three cities were always full. This can be said to be the biggest incident in Phoenix City in the past 100 years. The more Jiang Zhangbin spoke, the more cold sweat on his face. After that, Juan Pingyuan repeatedly urged Shang Qingyun to stay and wanted him to join the city guard's mansion or the army. But Shang Qingyun said that he had no intention of fame and wealth and lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. Today's situation was so. It was midnight. Please subscribe. Chapter 139. Jiang Zhangbin's expression was solemn. He was very familiar with the experiences of Shang Qingyun, this legendary expert. Later on, Juan Pingyuan and Shang Qingyun became sworn brothers. Shang Qingyun stayed at Juan Pingyuan's house and continued to immerse himself in cultivation, not bothering about worldly affairs. It was only in the recent 10 years that he seemed to have thought of something and took the initiative to ask Juan Pingyuan for the position of housekeeper. Although he is a housekeeper, the entire governor's office, including Juan Pingyuan, is extremely respectful towards Shang Qingyun. This is an almighty. Not only is he the pillar of Phoenix City, but he is also the greatest source of confidence in fighting against the Umno alliance in my heart. Jiang Zhangbin's voice was trembling. Teacher, what do you mean? He Yuanyue said lightly, if I'm not wrong. This Shang Qingyun, more than 90%, is a member of the Umno alliance. He had been waiting for this sentence. With Jiang Zhangbin's status, age, and experience, he was already mentally prepared when he Yuanyue mentioned Shang Qingyun. But when he heard he Yuanyue's final words, Jiang Zhangbin still felt as if a thunderbolt had suddenly sounded above his head. For a moment, his ears were buzzing, and the world was spinning. His body couldn't help but sway a few times, and he almost lost his footing. He Yuanyue said lightly, furthermore, I even suspect that this Shang Qingyun is the most important person in the Umno alliance in Phoenix City, the highest leader. Jiang Zhangbin's eyes were dull and he didn't know what to do. He had always seen Shang Qingyun as his final trump card. In the end, only today did he know that it was a life-taking knife. What he took was the life of his own people. He Yuanyue didn't say anything else and quietly lit a pot of tranquil heart incense. The light blue smoke rose in spirals, straight up until it was more than 20 centimeters high before it slowly dissipated in all directions. The office was instantly filled with a kind of quiet feeling. However, Jiang Zhangbin's heavy breathing still sounded like a bellows and didn't stop for a long time. After a long time, Jiang Zhangbin finally came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. While he was in a daze just now, he had already come up with 7 or 8 plans to get rid of Shang Qingyun. However, no matter how he thought about it, he still had no confidence. Not only did he not have confidence, but it was also very likely that his own people would be trapped and lose their lives for nothing. Shang Qingyun's strength, just what he had shown, was already the strongest in this area. Phoenix City's area, no one dared to say that they would win. What was more, if Shang Qingyun was really a spy of the Wizard Alliance, did he have any hidden strength? How strong was his real strength? Teacher, you really threw out an atomic bomb this time. Jiang Zhangbin stuttered. She said, the no, is it the full strength, is it 80%, or 50? All? At least it's not as simple as what you see, and the no Alliance's hidden strength in Phoenix City for the power of the Phoenix Vein. I think just the number of nascent soul experts that he can use is already more than you can imagine. Yuan's eyes were deep. I can already confirm that with Shang Qingyun's level, he shouldn't have appeared in a small place like Phoenix City. He must have been sent by the no Alliance specifically for the Wind Vein Soul Rush. Do you know how long Shang Qingyun has been in Phoenix City? Yuan asked. It's been more than 60 years. Jiang Zhongbin was sweating profusely and said with difficulty, to be precise, it should be 61 years and 11 months. That is to say, the no Alliance has been targeting the power of the Phoenix Vein for at least 61 years. Yuan's old throat let out a dry, mocking laugh. Purely based on time, I found out about it later than Shang Qingyun or the no Alliance. But we have been suppressing this matter for a full 40 years. Right now, Jiang Zhongbin only felt that he was dazzled, and the feeling of dizziness came one after another. Once this cover was uncovered, how many people would be unlucky? I only hate that I'm not Great General Dongfang. And Great General Dongfang has never come to Phoenix City before. If he came, with his attainments in Qi divination, I'm afraid he would be able to see the problem with a single glance, and the officials at all levels would definitely not dare to forcefully suppress it. Although Phoenix City is a small place, it is still in human territory. This innate advantage is enough for us to take the initiative. Yuan sighed. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. Jiang Zhongbin was dumbstruck. Regarding the Phoenix Vein, he had represented the old principle and reported it to the higher-ups many times. However, it had never been taken seriously. The only time it had been effective was 10 years ago. Star Shield strongly appealed, the governor's office fully cooperated, and the Meng Corporation sent out a huge amount of money. Then, they invited a group of Qi Watchers who claimed to be authoritative. After those Qi Watchers finished reading, they only had one conclusion. Phoenix City did not have any Phoenix Vein or Dragon Vein. It was a small place with mediocre feng shui and luck. This made the Phoenix Vein even more powerless. But now, the Wizard Alliance had been making a lot of moves. They had gathered in Phoenix City to kill all the wolves. If the accusation against Shang Qingyun was true, then Phoenix City would have to face a huge problem this time. Jiang Zhongbin suddenly felt a chill. He remembered something. The governor's office fully cooperated. That time, it was Shang Qingyun who arranged it. Luck. Yuan said slowly. What is the battle between the no Alliance and the Astral Souls? It is luck. And now, the no Alliance has been alone in the sky for tens of thousands of years. The luck of the heavens has been exhausted. Otherwise, why would they come back? Is it just to kill all the humans and the Astral Souls? What they want is the luck of the heavens in the Astral Souls. To be fair, Phoenix City is indeed a small place. The Phoenix Vein is not a big source of luck. But after 43,000 years of accumulation, it is not to be underestimated. It is enough to be coveted by the no Alliance. What's more, the power of the Phoenix Vein will be the starting point for the no Alliance to dominate the Astral Souls. Yuan said worriedly. If the no Alliance succeeds in destroying it and intercepting it, the power of the Phoenix Vein is taken away and injected into the luck of the mountains and rivers on the side of the no Alliance. At the very least, there will be a weak root of the Phoenix Vein there. Think about it carefully. You must not be careless about this. If you don't succeed in one strike, although it will alert the enemy and disrupt their deployment, the loss will be extremely heavy. Jiang Zhongbin, as the director of Star Shield, no matter what you encounter, you must first consider the goal. Then, you must consider the opponent's goal and the overall situation of the continent. Sift through the layers and then reverse the process. This is the true way of Star Shield. pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. This saying is not made up by the ancients for fun. He Yuanyue advised in a serious tone. Teacher, I will remember. I know the pros and cons of this. Jiang Zhangbin's expression was extremely ugly. He said, even if I have to make a scene and act shamelessly, I must ask the Dragon Blood Squad to come over. Otherwise, the loss of manpower in Phoenix City is no longer a matter of how much we lose. We are completely powerless. Alright. He Yuanyue said, when it comes to the final battle, I will ask Sister Lan to help you and increase your chances of winning. Thank you, teacher. It's fine. You can go now. He Yuanyue's expression was full of fatigue. Jiang Zhangbin's heart was extremely heavy, but he forced himself to suppress this matter for the time being. Hearing that He Yuanyue was asking him to leave, Jiang Zhangbin did not leave. Instead, he sat there with a constipated look. He was restless and his brows were tightly furrowed. He wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at He Yuanyue and said softly, this student has one more thing to say. I am afraid that you will be angry. He Yuanyue was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes suddenly became stern. Jiang Zhangbin, you. Have you really become bold after becoming an official? Jiang Zhangbin's face was pale. He begged, teacher, it is too tragic, too cruel. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and snorted. Jiang Zhangbin gathered all his courage and said, teacher, of course you are sincerely. For his good. But what you are doing is actually very selfish. He Yuanyue did not say a word. Even though we have separated for most of our lives, we are reunited. Since we are fated, why not give each other a chance? Jiang Zhangbin begged, don't tell me. You really want to leave with regrets. He Yuanyue finally opened her mouth. However, she still did not open her eyes. Her voice was slow and slow. Humans have a unique trait, and that is forgetting. All the bad things, all the sad things, all the happy things, all the happy things. In a person's long life, they won't exist for a long time. For example, an ordinary person who has never entered the path of cultivation only has a lifespan of about 70 to 80 years. After he goes to university, he will not remember the faces of his elementary school classmates who have been with him for many years. Not to mention the past that he has experienced together. There are too many grandparents who treat their grandchildren as treasures. However, if the grandson is 20 years old when they pass away, then when the grandson is 40 years old, if there is no photo as a memento, most of the grandchildren will have completely blurred out the face of the old man who has been so kind to them. The forgetting of humans is the reality of the power of the rules of time. Under the erosion of time, everything will fade and everything will be forgotten. Including love, family, and even one's own life, they are all within the scope of forgetting. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and said lightly. She seemed to be trying hard to convince Jiang Zhangbin, but it was more like she was trying hard to convince herself. But now, you have been separated for almost 100 years. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? Jiang Zhangbin asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 140. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? He Yuanyue coughed violently. Jiang Zhangbin was shocked. He hurriedly went behind He Yuanyue and carefully helped her breathe. After a long time, He Yuanyue's breath calmed down. She murmured, he still has thousands of years to forget. If he breaks through to the cloud realm, he still has thousands of years to forget. And I have less than a year to forget. If I remind him now and make him remember me, the other me, I'll brand the other me into his memory. That's the cruelest thing for him. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked quietly, Zhangbin, no matter how painful and selfish I am, I have less than a year left. But how long do you want him to continue that pain? He is not a person who can stay here for long. Sooner or later, he will return to the Sun-Moon Pass. He just comes back to overcome the obsession in his heart. When I am gone, his hope will be shattered, and his obsession will not exist. What I can do is not to let his obsession turn into a dead knot after so many years of delusion. Even a dead knot that will last for thousands of years. Jiang Zhangbin. Do I have to use his thousands of years of pain and longing as a sacrifice, just so that I can have no regrets before I die? He Yuanyue said slowly, You. Don't let me die with regrets. Jiang Zhangbin left. When he came, he was stealthy and no one found him. When he left, he was even more silent. But when he sat in his car, he couldn't help but sigh deeply for a long time. He put his head on the steering wheel and stayed there quietly for a long time. He really felt mentally and physically exhausted. For himself, he was mentally and physically exhausted. For the old principal, he also felt mentally and physically exhausted. On the other side, after Jiang Zhangbin left, He Yuanyue called Sister Lan in. Jiang Zhangbin's words before he left made He Yuanyue's heart, which had been silent for a long time, almost break. Sister Lan had been in for half an hour, but He Yuanyue was still sitting there in a daze. She was skinny and her hair was white. Sister Lan, in your opinion, how much time do I have? After a long time, He Yuanyue calmed down and asked softly. Sister Lan hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. There's no harm in being straightforward. I have a rough estimate myself, but I want to know more about it. Sister Lan pondered for a moment and said, If there are no major changes, Miss, your body can still live for another year and 37 days. I can guarantee that it will be at least this number. He Yuanyue's eyes were fixed. She looked out of the window and muttered, Sister Lan, do you think there is really an afterlife for people? Sister Lan fell silent. If there is an afterlife. He Yuanyue heaved a long sigh. That would be great. Sister Lan was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Everyone said that there was a past life and an afterlife, but everyone knew that it was a lie. He Yuanyue faintly smiled and immediately suppressed all of her thoughts. She gently said, Sister Lan, I know that you found clues about the Feng Manor. You were just worried that I would waste more effort, so you didn't want to tell me. Sister Lan remained silent as usual. You discovered it a year ago, didn't you? That was the only time you left my side for more than 3 days. He Yuanyue slowly said, 1 year and 37 days. Sister Lan, do you have the heart to watch me slowly become paralyzed and die little by little? Until you die, you won't do anything. You'll just wait every day. Sister Lan's eyes flashed. You know, I've been holding on for the past few years. The only thing I can't let go of is the Feng Manor. He Yuanyue softly said, this is the last big thing in my life. If I can't complete it and die, I won't be able to die in peace. Sister Lan softly said, as for the Feng Manor's exact location, I really haven't found it. He Yuanyue slowly said, at least there are clues. Last time I went missing for 3 days, I went deep into all of the nearby mountains. Sister Lan faintly said, I didn't find any clues at all. Telling you is pointless. Impossible. He Yuanyue firmly said, since there is a phoenix vein, there must be a Feng Manor. I also think so. Sister Lan said, so, I suspect that the Feng Manor might be inside the city. He Yuanyue suddenly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Inside the city? Not bad, not bad. He Yuanyue muttered to herself, I've always thought that the qi-gazing technique always says that the mountains and rivers are beautiful. There is a dragon palace and a Feng Manor. So, I've always been focused on the outside and neglected Phoenix City itself. But if the Feng Manor really is inside the city. He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly became sharp. Sister Lan, what do you want to say? Sister Lan pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, I suspect that the Feng Manor's location should have been noticed by someone a long time ago. It's just that it was covered up by a building. At the very least, there was some manipulation. He Yuanyue's eyes became sharp. Just tell me your suspicions. Sister Lan said, the Ning family and the Meng family are both suspects. Ning family? Meng family? What are their suspicions? What is their motive? The head of the Ning family, Ning Suifeng, should be almost 200 years old. According to my investigation, he has a few children who did not cultivate. They died of old age a long time ago. And the 19-year-old Ning Qingcheng is Ning Suifeng's biological daughter. Sister Lan said, Ning Qingcheng's talent is Astral Souls 97. He Yuan's face slowly became ugly. There is also Meng Corporation's Meng Tianyu. Sister Lan slowly said, if I remember correctly, Meng Tianyu is over 100 years old. He came to Phoenix City from Nanji City and fought with his bare hands. He established the Meng Corporation and became the richest person in Phoenix City. And his son, Meng Tian. It is said that he became the disciple of an expert and is never by his side. He only appeared a few years ago and is said to be 33 years old. But I always feel that this child's age is not 33, but rather 83. Sister Lan slowly said. He Yuan's eyes became even darker. And that Meng Qinyu, this year is really only 18 years old. 9-5 Astral Souls. Sister Lan faintly said, if my suspicions are connected. Ning Suifeng said that he was an old cow eating young grass. He married Ning Qingcheng's mother and gave birth to Ning Qingcheng. Also, Meng Tianyu, who is over 100 years old, found a beautiful normal girl and gave birth to Meng Qinyu. If you look carefully, there are very strange things in the bones. Of course, it can be said that a successful man likes young women to make himself look good, but if the Phoenix bloodline is also included, then it is a different matter. No matter if it is Ning Qingcheng or Meng Qinyu, they are both excellent candidates for the Phoenix bloodline. Also, this talent is really too good. Phoenix City has produced so many female geniuses over the years, but how many can reach this level of talent? But if the two girls' physiques are classified as Feng Manor or Phoenix bloodline, then it can be explained. Also, in terms of age and time, it can all match. Like this, there is a motive. He Yuan's face was gloomy, and said, but there is only one Feng Manor. Between these two families, one must be innocent, right? Not necessarily. Sister Lan shook her head. He Yuan pondered. Sister Lan did not say anything else. In so many years, this is the first time you have spoken so much. He Yuan sighed softly. And this time, you have said so much. I know what you are thinking. Do you want me to give up? He Yuan said. Yes, between these two families and the Umno alliance, it seems that there is no connection between them. If they are purely for the Phoenix bloodline, as long as they have nothing to do with the Umno alliance and did not collude, then it is fine. But Ning Qingcheng and Meng Qinyu, in a sense, are both your disciples. The Phoenix bloodline spirit, whether it is spiritual sense, Meng Qinyu or Ning Qingcheng. Actually, as long as any one of them succeeds, it will still be the victory of the Astral Souls continent. Sister Lan said, I know you favor spiritual sense the most, but the current situation is too dangerous. If we place all our bets on spiritual sense, we may lose out. Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's fate is also protected by the fate of the Astral Souls continent. I also favor spiritual sense very much. Sister Lan said, I also like this girl the most. But we all understand that the Phoenix bloodline spirit is related to the fate of the heavens. We must not let our emotions affect our decisions and force ourselves to do it. In reality, no matter which of these three girls succeeds, we can rest assured. As long as the Umno alliance does not take it away, we will win. Perhaps the Meng family and the Ning family have their own goals, but as long as they do not collude with the Umno alliance, I feel that under the premise, we can accept it. After all, 3 is safer than 1. We are doing this for the safety of the continent, not for the safety of one girl. After Sister Lan said this, she closed her mouth and did not say anything else. She knew that everything had been said very clearly. The rest was up to He Yuanhua to decide. And no matter what He Yuanhua chose, Sister Lan would support her unconditionally. I can't be sure whether the two families have anything to do with the UMNO alliance. This is also very important. The tiredness in He Yuanhua's eyes became even more obvious. Sister Lan stood there quietly. There are a few things that I need you to help me confirm as soon as possible. He Yuanhua's voice was cold and emotionless. Young miss, please speak. The first thing is whether the Meng family, the Ning family, and the UMNO alliance have anything to do with each other. The second thing is which of the two families is the Feng manor located in. The third thing is Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth characters. Their real birth characters are very important and must be obtained as soon as possible. The fourth thing is the whereabouts of Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth mother. The fifth thing is I want to see Mu Yan. The sixth thing is I want to see Zhou Xiaoduo. The seventh thing. Blind Hong of Phoenix City, I want to see him. The eighth thing is after checking all of these, I want to see Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu. The ninth thing is there will be heavy rain tonight. After a long drought, the heaven and earth will converge and the yin and yang will converge. After midnight, the rain will stop and the wind will stop. The sky will be clear. Take me to Phoenix turning around again. I want to see the situation of Phoenix City again. By the way, let Zhou Xiaoduo go tonight. The 10th thing. Meng family and Ning family, in that period of time, from 20 years ago to 15 years ago, how many children were born in total? How many were the direct descendants of the family head? How many wives did Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu marry during this period of time? How did they deal with them? There were more in the afternoon. Chapter 141. Alright. 10 things, I'll remember them. He Yuanhua panted tiredly and said, get me some dragon soul liquid and some heavenly origin root. I need to refresh myself for these 2 months. Sister Lan said, you can only take the heavenly origin root one last time. After taking it this time, your lifespan will be reduced by 2 months. Damaging the heavenly origin root and breaking the foundation, overdrafting the life source to fill the body in advance. You will have less than 11 months left of your 1 year and 37 days lifespan. No worries. He Yuanhua's withered eyes suddenly flashed with a ghastly light. The big thing that I've been looking for in my life is right in front of me. And what you said just now, maybe I've been deceived or even used in reverse. No matter what, I must get to the bottom of this matter. I will persevere until this road is paved before I leave. He Yuanhua panted heavily. Prepare the soul dream grass for me. He Yuanhua's last sentence made Sister Lan's body tremble violently. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were resting. The 6 of them were all injured, and their injuries were quite serious. How many contribution points is considered a lot? I quit. The most important thing now is to heal. Only with a good body can we get more contribution points. Zhou Xiaoduo made the final decision. Immediately after, he let out a long whistle, intending to summon the whole class to gather. At this time, there was an unrivaled enemy lurking nearby. The situation could be said to have reached the point of life and death. It was extremely bad. If they forced themselves to continue the training, the consequences were really unpredictable. Maybe if something went wrong, they would lose their lives. The wind whistled in the sky, and Qin Fangyang suddenly landed. When he saw the situation, his face changed greatly. What's going on? It's Muyun Peak. After Li Chenglong explained the whole matter in a few words, Qin Fangyang was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. There was also a burst of lingering fear. In today's training, strictly speaking, there was no attempt to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everything happened naturally. Even the unexpected arrival of Shen Tianan's team was actually within their expectations. It was just that they had come here on their own accord, and were only walking down the path of death. Strictly speaking, the time it took for him to rush over to help was not long. It was less than 10 minutes in total. However, it was in this short period of time that problems appeared one after another. What made him the most depressed was that when he heard that Shen Tainan, who shouldn't be participating in the practical training, had actually come, he rushed over to help, causing Luo Laoshi, who didn't know what was going on, to follow him. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo still had Lu Jiansheng and 10 other people in charge. Considering the level of the martial arts master students, it was more than enough. However, who would have thought that the arrival of the 3 young masters of Fengcheng from No. 1 high school would cause the situation to change again? Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy skills are still very good. It was a close call but no danger. Qin Fengyang muttered to himself. This was the feeling of being lucky in the midst of misfortune. At this moment, Lu Jiansheng and the others were also embarrassed. Before Qin Fengyang arrived, he had already told his 10 buddies that they must keep an eye on Zhou Xiaoduo's team. As for the others, even if the sky falls down, you don't need to care. However, right under his nose, not only were the 6 of them injured, they were even close to losing their lives. Not long after, groups of No. 19 practical training students gathered here one after another. Lu Jiansheng and the others who went out to chase after Mu Yunfeng also came back empty-handed. It was obvious that they didn't manage to catch up with him. They were all very upset and angry. In the dense grass, Mu Yunfeng, who was stealthily held his breath, carefully and quickly moving his body. His whole body moved at high speed in the dense grass without making any noise, only the roots of the grass swayed slightly. This was obviously a skill that he had honed after fleeing for a long time. Yes, it was a long time of fleeing. Mu Yunfeng had been hiding in this patch of grass for a few days. Ever since he was exposed, he was expelled from Phoenix City. Yes, he was expelled by the people of the UMNO Alliance. It's no longer suitable for you to stay here. Find a place to hide and don't come back. Only this sentence, nothing else was given, and there was no follow-up. Mu Yunfeng could only leave on his own. If he didn't leave, not only would Phoenix City search for him, even the UMNO Alliance wouldn't let him go. He had originally planned to go to Antai City. However, he had encountered more than a dozen dangers in the process of leaving the city. He had almost been caught a few times. After he had finally left the city with great difficulty, he had turned around to look at Phoenix City. He had felt uncomfortable and unusually angry. I was hiding here, how did something happen all of a sudden? As a teacher of No. 2 high school, he was naturally very familiar with the training area of No. 2 high school. In fact, he had brought students out for training many times, so hiding in this area and even living for a period of time was nothing to him. If he really left like this, Mu Yunfeng felt very angry, and he had to think of a way to vent his anger. Anyway, this was the training area of No. 2 high school. As long as he waited patiently, he would definitely meet the students or teachers of No. 2 high school, and find a chance to kill a bunch of them before leaving. I, Mu Yunfeng, am also a person with dignity. If he left without taking revenge, he would feel uneasy. He had been hiding for a few days, and during this period, he had assassinated 2 students of No. 2 high school, but he had shifted the blame to the ferocious beasts, perfectly hiding his own existence. Regarding this, Mu Yunfeng felt that the anger in his heart was almost vented. He originally planned to leave in these 2 days, but he didn't expect that. Today, he actually saw Qin Fengyang bring the students of the martial arts master class to train. Mu Yunfeng was very clear about Qin Fengyang's strength, he was definitely not his opponent. He was only at the early stage of the inner core realm, and Qin Fengyang was a nascent soul expert. Not to mention, Qin Fengyang was accompanied by the infamous Luo Lai among the teachers of No. 2 high school. Although Luo Lai's cultivation was slightly weaker than Qin Fengyang's, it wasn't by much. Even if he took a step back, he was still much stronger than Mu Yunfeng. Facing such a strong person, he naturally didn't plan to do anything. Even if the thorn in his side, Zhou Xiaoduo, who he wanted to kill the most, was in that group of students, compared to venting his anger, his own life was more important. When he quietly retreated, he unexpectedly met Teng Hao and the other 2 students of No. 1 high school. Ting Hao and the other 3 young masters of Phoenix City were able to reach the innate realm at such a young age. Not only were they outstanding in number 1 high school, but they were also well known in Phoenix City. Mu Yunfeng naturally knew the 3 of them. Mu Yunfeng rolled his eyes and a plan came to his mind. He could use a large sum of money to encourage these 3 hotheads to deal with Zhou Xiaoduo. The 3 of them would make a move first and test the waters. If Qin Fangyang didn't come out, he would take the opportunity to kill Zhou Xiaoduo and his group. After that, he would have enough time to escape. This is my last job in Phoenix City. Especially now that this Zhou Xiaoduo is not only my enemy, but also the target of the UMNO alliance. Killing him will be a great contribution. Even if I have to take a little risk, it will be worth it. Seeing that Ting Hao and the other 2 were going to cause trouble for Zhou Xiaoduo, Qin Fangyang really didn't make a move. When Ting Hao and the other 2 were defeated, Mu Yunfeng thought that Zhou Xiaoduo and his group would definitely relax. Just when he was about to make a move, he was scared back by Zhou Xiaoduo shouting, "Teacher Qin," to the sky. However, Qin Fangyang also didn't make a move. Li Chenglong's superfluous words made Mu Yunfeng, who was familiar with Qin Fangyang's character, no longer hesitate and make a move to kill him. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late. Zhou Xiaoduo and his group escaped and attracted the pursuit of Lu Jiansheng and his group. Fortunately, Mu Yunfeng had already planned his escape route. Relying on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, he finally got rid of Lu Jiansheng and his group's pursuit. Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. So be it. Whatever, retreat. This place was getting more and more dangerous. Especially when he showed his face today and was almost caught. He reckoned that a large number of search and capture teams would arrive this afternoon. Mu Yunfeng carefully stuck to the bottom of the grass and slithered quickly like a snake. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Why was it suddenly so cold? Mu Yunfeng looked on helplessly as the grass near him rapidly withered and was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. Even with his cultivation, he actually felt that the cold was unbearable. He quietly raised his head and saw that about a few meters in front of him, there was a white figure standing there with a short sword in her hand. Her face was covered with frost and full of killing intent. Who is it? Mu Yunfeng didn't have the time to consider the problem of exposing his whereabouts. He wanted to jump up. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the short sword had already fallen down with a biting cold light. Swoosh! That short sword directly nailed Mu Yunfeng's waist. It pierced through his muscles, bones, and internal organs, nailing his entire body to the ground. Mu Yunfeng did not even have time to let out a scream before a slender, jade-like hand resolutely descended, slapping his head. With a pop, his entire head immediately turned into a block of ice. Following a cracking sound, it was completely twisted off. All that was left was a headless corpse that was still convulsing for the last time. Zhou Xiaoyan waved her hand, and Mu Yunfeng's frozen head entered her ring. However, the frost on her face did not dissipate. Daring to injure my family's dog, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Senior sister, this cultivation technique of yours is becoming more and more powerful. At her side, Meng Qinyu's face was filled with envy. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why did master not teach me? Zhou Xiaoyan turned her head and coldly looked at Meng Qinyu. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Meng Qinyu panicked and stammered, Senior sister. Slap! Zhou Xiaoyan fiercely slapped Meng Qinyu's face. Her pretty eyes were filled with killing intent. Meng Qinyu's delicate, white face immediately swelled up. Retreating a couple steps, her eyes glistened with tears. Senior sister, you. Why did you hit me? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was cold. Master ordered you to protect Xiao Duo. Is this true? Yes. But the assassin went behind you. At that time, you clearly noticed, but you pretended not to see. Why? Chapter 142. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was as cold as frost. I was quite far away, and I was directly in front of Xiao Duo. Mu Yunfeng brazenly made a move, and I was too far away to stop him. But what about you? You were always on Mu Yunfeng's side, but what were you doing? With your cultivation, facing Mu Yunfeng, could it be that you really couldn't stop him from making a move? From the position you just appeared, Mu Yunfeng's previous move was practically over your head. What were you doing at that time? You clearly moved your body's qi, but it didn't move. And after that, Mu Yunfeng practically ran over your head, but you didn't move at all. What were you doing? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was extremely cold, and she coldly said, Meng Qinyu, this time, twice, what were you doing? Asking me why I hit you, is this reason enough? Meng Qinyu held her face with one hand and said with grievance, Senior sister, at that time, it was too sudden. I really didn't notice. Hee hee. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent, even if the first time was unexpected, and you didn't react quickly enough, what about the second time? You still didn't react? With your cultivation, all of Mu Yunfeng's movements were within your grasp. You noticed it from the beginning, but you didn't stop it. You clearly had an ulterior motive. You wanted Xiao Duo to die. Zhou Xiaoyan's gaze was extremely sharp as she looked at Meng Qinyu. Why did you want Xiao Duo to die? That day at the training ground, even if his foul mouth offended you, it was not a matter of life and death. The only reason I can think of is he ruined your brother's plan to treat me to a meal. Zhou Xiaoyan faintly said, Meng Qinyu, is it because of this that you hold a grudge? Is that right? Or is there another reason? Her beautiful eyes were filled with thought as she looked at Meng Qinyu. Meng Qinyu was silent for a long time. Perhaps there is another reason that I don't know. Meng Qinyu remained silent. Zhou Xiaoyan continued to ask, do you still insist that you haven't found Muyan Peak? Meng Qinyu slowly removed her hand from her face and suddenly smiled. Smiling brightly, she leisurely said, Senior sister, I am just very confused. My brother is so outstanding, so why do you not like him? You clearly promised me that you would meet my brother alone, so why did you bring a third will with you? You're the one who violated the agreement first. Have you forgotten what kind of price I've paid for this meeting? Meng Qinyu hatefully said, could it be that you do not feel that this is very unfair? Your brother's so-called breakthrough was made with the resources of my family. You're wrong. Big mistake. Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly, first, what Xiao Duo used that day can no longer be considered your family's resources. Because for this matter, I asked Master for help, and Master agreed. Then Master directly arranged for Xiao Duo to go. From the beginning to the end, I did not directly contact you, nor did I directly ask you for help. Therefore, I do not owe your family any favors. The only one I owe is Master. In contrast, the one who owes your family a favor is also Master. For your family, you should understand the difference between the two, right? A favor is of course the most difficult to repay, but I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. Meng Qinyu bit her lip and said after a while, that's right, you do not owe me. Yes, I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. If I must say that I owe you a favor, at most, I will let you train Xiao Duo a little to be his sparring partner. If you think that I owe you, I can accept it. I can repay this favor. Not to that extent. Not to that extent. Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly, for this matter, I asked Master. Master personally called your father and finalized this matter. In fact, it has nothing to do with you. But you, after this matter, used your family's resources as a reason to agree to have a meal with your brother, right? I agreed at that time, but I did not want to complicate matters, so I agreed to it. Is this the whole story? Yes. This matter was my own initiative. In the name of family resources, I asked for this condition that was somewhat difficult for you. But I did not have any bad intentions from beginning to end. My brother likes you so much. We have not talked about your brother yet. Zhou Xiaoyan interrupted, I just want to ask you one thing. Maybe you did not realize it yourself, But you use this method to force me to have a meal with your brother. Do you think your senior sister is any different from a hostess? Even if it is a blind date, it needs to be consensual. Now, you use this condition to exchange for it. How much importance do you place on this matter? Do you have the slightest respect for me? Meng Qinyu's face immediately paled. I definitely did not mean that. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to go to this meal. This was my original attitude. Also, I never promised you that I would eat this meal alone. In the end, whether or not I brought someone else with me, what does it matter if I brought anyone with me? Just now, you said that your brother likes me so much. So this meal was arranged. But have you ever considered that I like your brother? Just because your brother likes me, you arranged for a single woman to have a meal with a single man like your brother. Do you think that this is acceptable? Yes, I will not deny that it was my brother who rashly interfered and became the third wheel on this date. Naturally, he became the main culprit that ruined this date. Zhuo Xiaoyan sneered, but who told you? This was a date between a man and a woman. Based on your one-sided approval. Meng Qinyu took a deep breath. Senior sister, could it be that you do not feel that for such an outstanding man to sincerely invite you, you should give him a chance to pursue you? Zhuo Xiaoyan sneered. Junior sister, my brother Zhuo Xiaoduo is handsome, talented, courageous, and a genius in cultivation. You look passable. How about you become his concubine? I feel that you are quite suitable. Meng Qinyu was dazed by Zhuo Xiaoyan's sudden words. After a while, she finally said, Senior sister, what nonsense are you saying? Why would I become your younger brother's concubine? What sort of connection is this? Zhuo Xiaoyan wondered, could it be that you do not feel that my little brother is a dragon among men? He is an unparalleled talent. Being able to become his concubine is your fortune. How can you be so ungrateful? Meng Qinyu was angered by Zhuo Xiaoyan's words. Senior sister, your little brother may be very outstanding in your eyes, but in other people's eyes, he may not be that outstanding. Zhuo Xiaoyan sneered. That's right, so you understand this principle. Then why do you think that I think your brother is very outstanding? Perhaps in your eyes, he is very outstanding, but in my eyes, your brother Meng Qintian is not enough. You! There is no need to argue about who is right and who is wrong in this matter. After this matter, you two should have discussed it. You think Xiao Duo is an obstacle between me and your brother. So this time, when Master said that he was worried about Xiao Duo's safety and needed to secretly protect him, you volunteered yourself. But what you needed to do was not to protect Xiao Duo, but to watch him die with your own eyes. So when anything happened to Xiao Duo, you turned a blind eye. Even when he faced a life and death situation, you did not do anything. You just watched. Whether it was when Feng Cheng's third young master provoked you, or when Muyan Feng tried to kill him, you just stood by and watched. Even when Muyan Feng ran away, it was so that he would have another chance to sneak attack Xiao Duo again. But you still chose to stand by and watch. And as long as Xiao Duo died, even if Master investigated, you could say that you failed the mission and did not protect him well. You could pass, right? You calculated correctly. Even if Master scolded you, he would not be too harsh on you. Connecting all these things together, do you still have anything to say? You don't have anything to say, but I do. Because even if this is the case, it still cannot explain why you would do this. The reason is not enough. Because a small matter like ruining a date is not enough to escalate the situation to this point of life and death. Meng Qinyu, what exactly are you thinking? What exactly are you doing? Meng Qinyu tightly shut her mouth and did not say a single word. Looking at this delicate face, Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes became colder and colder. The killing intent also became thicker and thicker. She really did not think that the junior sister that she had always liked would do such a thing. Because she could not understand it at all. What was the real reason? Was it just to ruin a date with her older brother? That was simply absurd. Killing the younger brother of the girl that she liked because a date was not successful? How could this sort of logic be explained? No matter how stupid Zhou Xiaoyan was, she would not believe this sort of reasoning. Even if this reasoning was something that she herself had come up with, it would be the same. But this killing intent, based on Meng Qinyu's reaction, was clearly because of this. This was even more absurd. As for saying that an outstanding man should be given a chance, Zhou Xiaoyan did not even think about this sort of reasoning. You, Meng Qinyu, are already a beautiful woman. When you do not have any feelings, would you like someone just because they are outstanding? Xiao Duo is already outstanding enough. Why don't you rush to his door because he is outstanding? This was what Zhou Xiaoyan thought. It was just that she did not say it out loud. Thus, there must be another reason. And this reason, Zhou Xiaoyan must know no matter what. Come with me. Let's go see Master. Zhou Xiaoyan grabbed Meng Qinyu. I can't get an answer, but I don't believe that Master can't get an answer either. She grabbed Meng Qinyu and soared into the air, quickly flying away. Meng Qinyu did not resist at all. She only had a stubborn look on her face. The wind blew past. The grass in this area withered, and Mu Yunfeng's headless corpse quietly disappeared into the desolation. Chapter 143. What happened to Zhou Xiaoyan was too far away from Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang didn't notice it at all. Qin Fangyang focused all his attention on treating the student's wounds. His face was unusually heavy and unsightly. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' injuries weren't very serious. Other than Zhou Xiaoduo's back injury, the others' injuries weren't fatal. They would be fine after a little treatment. But with Mu Yunfeng lurking in the dark, it was a big deal. Mu Yunfeng had been teaching in Second High for many years, so he was very familiar with Second High's matters. Could it be that the previous two students were also killed by Mu Yunfeng? Not long after, the other teams of students also returned. Most of them were safe and sound. Only Song Ziheo's team had an accident. Song Ziheo and the others found a starlight vine hidden under the weeds near the edge of the martial master training area. When they were about to collect it, they were shocked to see that the starlight vine was dragged away by a small spirit beast. Vice Captain Zhou Xiaoma was unwilling to give up. He hurriedly chased after it, but because of this, he encountered a group of star beasts. He was pushed to the ground on the spot and almost lost his life. Fortunately, Song Ziheo and the others came in time and rushed into the group of star beasts to rescue him. After this incident, not only did they not get the starlight vine, Zhou Xiaoma's leg was also bitten off by the demonic beast. One of his legs was bitten into a bloody mess, and the worst thing was that one of the calf bones on his upper leg was torn off and taken away by the star beast. Song Ziheo prepared several kinds of medicine and tools to treat serious injuries, but they were all useless for this kind of injury. If they couldn't use the superior grade Jade of Astral Soul's healing pod, a cripple was going to be born. After recovering from the shock, the whole team couldn't help but remember what Zhou Xiaoduo said yesterday. Everyone's face was full of awe. The third one, Song Ziheo. You're not bad, you're not in any danger. But the vice captain beside you is called Zhou Xiaoma, right? His face is full of bad luck. I'm afraid his leg will be seriously injured. Be careful, don't become disabled. This was Zhou Xiaoduo's comment yesterday. Looking at Zhou Xiaoma's leg injury, everyone felt their blood run cold. This was too accurate. Bai Bingbing hugged her calf and sat quietly on the side. She looked at everything with a smile. Occasionally, she glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo with a trace of inexplicable passion in her eyes. The members of the school bell team that she led all surrounded her. Their eyes flickered as they whispered into her ear, Sister Bingbing, this Zhou Xiaoduo. You must get him. Bai Bingbing smiled and bit her lips. Bingbing, this kid is definitely good stuff. Bai Bingbing glared at him. Bingbing, this is our chance. Look at the wound on his back. He can't reach it himself. Bai Bingbing hesitated. Bingbing, if you're not going to do it, then I'm going to do it. At that time, don't say that I don't care about sisterhood. Humph, Bai Bingbing stood up and walked over. Humph, this bunch of little bitches, I knew you guys were in love. Let me do it. It's just that the current situation is a little serious. This Swishaoduo's performance is too good. Many of the girls can see that he has potential. If I act late, I'll only be at a disadvantage. I must act early. Otherwise, this good piece of meat will fall into the hands of others. Swishaoduo classmate. Bai Bingbing smiled very amiably. It was like a spring breeze, intoxicating. Ah! Faced with this sudden sentence, Swishaoduo instinctively panicked. He turned his neck 3 or 4 times to observe the surroundings. Then, he quickly took out a small mirror to look at his face. Well, he didn't look like he was going to be unlucky. It seemed that Nian Mao wasn't nearby. Then, he turned his head reservedly. Bye. You're bye. By something? He scratched his head, feeling a little awkward. I'm really hopeless. This girl in front of me seems to be one of the prettiest girls in the class, but I can't even remember her name. What a failure. Bai Bingbing smiled sweetly and didn't feel offended at all. I'm Bai Bingbing. Swishaoduo classmate, if you forget next time, I can remind you again. But don't do it more than 3 times, okay? She put her hands behind her back, puffed out her chest, and pretended to be very fierce. If you do it more than 3 times, I'll be angry. Oh, I'll remember this time. Swishaoduo nodded. Bye. Bingbing, right? Why are you looking for me? I saw that you have injuries on your back. That place can't treat it well. There are already traces of blood. Why don't I treat it for you again? Bai Bingbing said with concern, this kind of injury can't be treated badly. It's okay. My skin is rough and I don't care about such small details. Faced with Bai Bingbing's fiery passion, Swishaoduo wanted to break out in cold sweat. He was already starting to feel dissatisfied. This little girl's conscience was simply too bad. My wound has already been bandaged properly, but looking at her attitude, it's obvious that she wants to take it apart and treat it again. Does this flesh not grow on your body? You don't know pain, right? With this kind of EQ, you actually want to chase after a handsome man. You're really a woman of steel. The treatment just now was really too rough. You'll definitely feel uncomfortable. Bai Bingbing took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from her pocket. Why don't you drink this? This is muscle revitalization powder. After drinking it, the wound will heal faster. Swishaoduo became more vigilant. This little girl's fawning was too brazen. She must have some ulterior motive. She must have taken a liking to my beauty. He tried his best to refuse. No, I'm almost healed. I've already drunk a bottle just now. If I drink more, it'll be a waste. Waste is the original sin. Wanli Xiu, Long Yusheng, and the others sat at the side. Looking at Swishaoduo being seduced, they all showed a naughty smile. There weren't many opportunities to see Swishaoduo in a difficult situation. How could they not seize it? Li Chenglong and Li Zhongming leaned together and whispered in each other's ears. That girl is seducing Zhua. I know, but why does Zhua look so vigilant? What's the meaning of this? Maybe he's playing hard to get. Playing hard to get? I don't think so. Zhua is wrinkling his nose. He's obviously allergic to Bai Bingbing's perfume. Allergic? That's a little exaggerated. She's such a beautiful girl. Why would he dislike her? Bai Bingbing sat down with Swishaoduo. However, just as she sat down, Swishaoduo hurriedly moved his butt to the side. Bai Bingbing was a little puzzled. She moved closer again, and Swishaoduo moved again. What are you doing? Do you hate me so much? Bai Bingbing was about to cry. Cough. Swishaoduo's eyes turned wildly. Suddenly, he shouted, Li Chenglong. What are you doing? Li Chenglong was confused. Hurry up and help me to the toilet. Ouch. I need to pee. I'm about to pee in my pants. He rushed to Li Chenglong's side, grabbed his shoulder, and squeezed. There's a toilet nearby. Li Chenglong was confused. Who would be so free as to build a toilet here? Zwa, as long as you lower your head, there's a toilet everywhere. Ouch! I can't hold it anymore. Zwa ran away while peeing. At the level of martial master, with the help of elixirs, the recovery ability was very strong. Only Zhou Xiama, who was the most seriously injured, was carried back by Luo Lai. As long as he was treated properly, there was still hope for his injured leg to recover. Teng Hao and the other two were also brought back. They were escorted back by Lu Jiancheng's three brothers. What awaited them was a strict interrogation. They were associated with Mu Yunfeng, which was equivalent to being associated with the Umno Alliance. Now that they were associated with the Umno Alliance, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. It seemed that Zhou Xiaoduo's friendly agreement would be very difficult to take effect. After Zhou Xiaoduo came back from the toilet, he hurriedly started to check the goods with his small group. This experience and contribution points. It doesn't seem that difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo had already made a rough calculation. Including the contribution points that they plundered from Teng Hao and the other two, they had already earned about 9,000. According to Li Chenglong's estimation, it should be about 9,600. On average, the six of them would earn about 1,600 each. This number was quite a lot. Moreover, it was only the afternoon now. It's too easy. Thinking about the school's contribution points transaction table, Zhou Xiaoduo instantly felt that a pie had fallen from the sky. Hey, everyone's harvest is not bad, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked tentatively. Zhao Zhangjun said happily, today's harvest is indeed not bad. It's much better than before. Our harvest today is already 63 points. It's only more, not less. His small group members' faces were full of satisfaction and pride. Jia Shernan said, our harvest is about the same. We are now sure that we have 59 contribution points. It's almost 60 points. Song Ziheo's face was a little gloomy. He said, our small group's harvest is not much. We only have 23 points now. We haven't even taken into account Zhou Xiama's injury reduction. Sigh. Bai Bingbing on the other side smiled and said, our harvest today is average. We only have 77 points. Hee, it didn't reach our initial expectations. There was actually a sense of pride and arrogance in her voice. Everyone's mouth twitched. It didn't reach our expectations, but it's already a lot more than us, okay? However, Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhangming's expressions became more and more strange as they listened. The six of them looked at each other. They were a little confused. 63 points and they were already satisfied? 77 points was already something to be proud of. Then wouldn't our harvest of 9,006 points be sky high? Should they say it or not? What about you guys? The other team leaders looked over at the same time. Everyone had an expression of looking at the newbies making a fool of themselves. You just entered the martial arts master class. Do you recognize herbs? Just the nearly 1 foot thick Encyclopedia of Spiritual Herbs, the 3 foot thick Encyclopedia of Ferocious Beasts, and the even thicker Encyclopedia of Star Beasts would be enough to keep you busy for at least a few months. We can have our current achievements and have so many achievement points. That's the result of our daily hard work. Do you understand? You don't know how much effort we put in to get to where we are today. Do you think you can get it so easily? The others weren't disappointed or surprised at all when they saw the strange expressions on the faces of the members of Zhou Xiaoduo's team. They were tongue-tied and wanted to say something but didn't. It's normal to not gain anything. Zhao Zhangjun patted Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder and comforted him. Don't take it to heart. We didn't gain anything during our first training. When we get used to this kind of atmosphere in the future and accumulate more experience, we will naturally gain something. Bai Bingbing smiled and said, yes, Xiaoduo. Don't be discouraged. I will teach you more when we go back. Wan Lishou coughed and said, "Thank you very much." Ahem. Qin Fangyang coughed and glared at Zhou Xiaoduo as a warning. This kid was the only one who liked to show off. The others didn't care. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly looked wronged. He looked at Qin Fangyang angrily but didn't dare to say anything. He asked silently, "Am I the kind of person who would show off?" His expression almost made Qin Fangyang burst out laughing. He hurriedly turned around to control himself so that he wouldn't lose his composure in front of the students. "You look like a puppy that has been wronged. How did you train yourself to look like that?" Chapter 144. In the afternoon. Qin Fangyang did not let the students continue their training. Instead, he waited for Luo Lai to come back after everyone had recovered from their injuries. The two of them, one in front and one at the back, slowly retreated. The group walked for about half of the distance when they suddenly discovered something. "Why is there a corpse here? The traces are very fresh. Isn't this Mu Yunfeng? Who killed him?" Everyone stepped forward to take a closer look, only to see that the surrounding vegetation was all withered. Although Mu Yunfeng's corpse was already headless, that emaciated body was still very familiar. Coupled with some of the markings on the body, it was very easy to identify. Who did it? Qin Fangyang and Luo Lai looked around, but they were confused and could not figure it out. After Mu Yunfeng attacked Zhou Xiaoduo, he was pursued by Lu Jiansheng and the others. But didn't he already escape? How could he die here without a trace? There are traces of ice around here. Qin Fangyang took a look and said decisively. Luo Lai nodded to show his agreement. Then he said with a suspicious face, "But I have never heard of an expert who practiced ice techniques in Phoenix City." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the traces of ice and his pupils suddenly shrank. He secretly glanced at Bai Bingbing and could not help but shudder. "Mummy, did Nian Cat find out that this girl was pestering me just now? This is too dangerous. That's not right. Why didn't Nian Cat appear? Could it be that she was too angry and just left?" Thinking about this, Zhou Xiaoduo became even more nervous. His face turned pale and his head was filled with the uneasiness of being caught cheating. His whole body was restless. Then he inexplicably felt that his ears were hurting and his butt was uncomfortable. His whole body was wrinkled and seemed to be uncomfortable everywhere. Finished. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, am the hero of this generation. There seems to be a faint fragrance here. Qin Fangyang wrinkled his nose. He suddenly bent down and sniffed the grass on the ground. He walked forward and stopped after walking for more than 10 feet. He said, "This was done by a woman." Moreover, there were 2 women present at the time. The fragrance is different. The smell of blood mixed with the woman's fragrance. After leaving the range of the smell of blood, it became clearer. But with the ambience of the scene and the smell mixed together, we can basically confirm that Mu Yunfeng was killed without any resistance. That's why the headless corpse is so complete and the scene is not messy. In Phoenix City, there aren't many female experts who can kill Mu Yunfeng with this kind of cultivation. If Mu Yanyan personally made a move, Mu Yunfeng naturally wouldn't even have the time to react. But the neck of Mu Yunfeng's corpse clearly showed signs of wrinkling, which meant that he had the tendency to raise his head to look. So the one who did it was most likely not Mu Yanyan. I think the person who did this is most likely the legendary spiritual thought goddess. Qin Fangyang said, "The 2 women who appeared at the scene are both young women. It is said that Mu Yanyan has 2 female disciples. One of them is a spiritual cultivator, and the other is her junior sister." Luo Lai nodded. "Then it's the 2 of them?" Qin Fangyang nodded and straightened his back. 80%. That's enough. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang sniffing and casually observing, and was actually able to directly deduce the truth. He was also shocked. Qin Fangyang's eyesight and experience could only be described with the word terrifying. After that, everyone went all the way back to the school and didn't encounter any more accidents. Then they went to the General Affairs office to exchange contribution points. Everyone present began to be stunned and began to doubt the time of their lives. How could Zhou Xiaoduo and the others not know the benefits of making a fortune in silence? They really didn't want to show off their wealth, but Xiao Zhongjun, Song Zihao, Bai Bingbing, and the others had finished exchanging but didn't leave. The first two obviously wanted to see Zhou Xiaoduo and the others make a fool of themselves. And Bai Bingbing wanted to see them make a fool of themselves, and take the opportunity to comfort Zhou Xiaoduo and get closer to each other. After all, the gains and losses of a moment had nothing to do with the overall situation. But Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy was the real treasure. How could she not hug such a golden thigh as soon as possible? But this one look caused a huge impact on human nature and human nature. In any case, in countless aspects. They watched with blank eyes as Li Chenglong and the others took off the big and small bags on their backs and piled them on top of the pile. And then the contribution points weren't calculated by 3, 5 points, 10 points, 30 points, 50 points, or even hundreds, but by thousands. This pile, 4,000. This pile, 1,800. This pile, 2,300. This pile. He remembered that when he and the others handed over their items, it was always, this one, 5 points, this one, 3 points. Looking at the others, they were all piling up. The 41 senior students of class 19 were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. When did contribution points become so easy to get? Zhao Zhongjun was dumbfounded. This is too much, too much. Jia Shernan muttered to himself. Fuck, 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 fuck. Song Zihao kept swallowing his saliva, but he was too uncultured. Only these 2 words could express his shock and surprise at the moment. The total is. The teacher in the General Affairs Department fiddled with the abacus for a while. 9,880 points. How do you plan to distribute it? As she spoke, she took out 6 blank contribution cards. The teacher was very satisfied. The final result of the calculation was a few hundred points more than Li Chenglong's previous calculation. Most of the items handed in by these students were actually rare herbs that other students couldn't find previously. Naturally, there were a few hundred more points. There were even a few kinds of herbs that the school didn't have in stock anymore. Let's divide it equally. Thank you, teacher, Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly. The middle-aged teacher in the General Affairs Department looked at him in surprise. Divide it equally. It was really rare to see a team that used such an equal distribution method. 6 people, 1,640 points each, and then the remaining 70 points, we'll divide it again at the next contribution point. Zhou Xiaoduo said very calmly. Okay. The middle-aged woman swiped and swiped 6 cards worth 1,640 points. Then, she took out another card and swiped 70 points. After swiping, she frowned. The remaining card is shared among all of you. Just leave it at the General Affairs Department. The remaining 70. The middle-aged woman grabbed the abacus again and tapped it for a while. Then, she looked up suspiciously. Zhou Xiaoduo, right? Who's your math teacher? There was a burst of laughter all around. Qin Fangyang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As expected, Zhou Xiaoduo said innocently, my teacher is Qin Fangyang. What's wrong with that? Teacher? The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses and looked at Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, your teaching is a little biased. Qin Fangyang was speechless. There are only 40 points left. Your student can't count well. The middle-aged woman swiped and scratched off another 30 points. Then, she was done. She continued to chatter, Teacher Qin, even a martial artist needs to know how to count. You have to teach him a little bit of this. Otherwise, when he enters society, he might be at a disadvantage. Qin Fangyang's lips squirmed and he said dryly, okay, I'll teach him. I'll teach him later. He thought to himself, Zhou Xiaoduo will be at a disadvantage when he enters society. That's impossible. This kid doesn't bask in the limelight of others. Others should be celebrating. But I'll have to teach him well later. Counting, math. Biased. I'll teach you to be biased. Qin Fengyang gritted his teeth and led the class back to the classroom with a darkened expression. Now, each of you can use your contribution points to exchange at the place you want to go. Before he finished speaking, Qin Fengyang slapped Zhou Xiaoduo and sent him rolling into the classroom. I'll go to the principal's office. When I come back, I'll teach you how to count properly. Let's settle the score. Zhou Xiaoduo sat up from the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Why did you hit me? What did I do? You can't teach your students well. You're angry because you're humiliated by others, and now you're taking your anger out on me? Zhou Xiaoduo was indignant. Not only did he not get the 30 contribution points, he even had to be beaten up. Where can I go to reason with this? Qin Fengyang had already left in a hurry. No matter what, the death of 6 students was a big matter. It had to be reported to the principal. Qin Fengyang had to pass this hurdle. In the principal's office, Shen Yushu and the other parents of the 6 families were already waiting. They had already called back with the grievous news. Now, the initial hysteria had passed. They were only waiting for the children's remains to be returned. Every parent's eyes were red and swollen. A few of them were full of regret. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. We shouldn't have let them go. A few parents were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Qin Fengyang pushed the door open and entered. Those red and swollen eyes immediately turned to look at him like hungry wolves. They're back. Qin Fengyang's expression was heavy. The children's remains have been brought back. It's just that they're very incomplete. Their small team was besieged by a group of 3-tailed tigers. There were more than 10 of them. I've already killed all of them. Qin Fengyang recounted the entire incident in detail. After that, he did not say anything else. At this moment, Shen Yushu stood up with red eyes. Qin Fengyang. Every word was enunciated clearly. Qin Fengyang raised his head and said indifferently, What advice do you have for me? Advice? Regarding this matter, don't you have anything else to say? Shen Yushu huffed and puffed, his gaze cold. Qin Fengyang said indifferently, I've already told you everything that happened just now. I don't think I have anything else to say. Shen Yushu looked at Qin Fengyang like a wolf. You mean to say that my son died in vain? A few other parents had the same expression on their faces. Only 3 or 4 people's eyes were full of regret. However, there was not much resentment. President Shen, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Qin Fengyang, you brought my son out for training. They're all dead. Yet you came back safe and sound. You're saying you don't understand? Shen Yushu was so angry that he laughed. Qin Fengyang, my son, how can he die in vain? I'll do my best. 6th watch. My hands are cramping. Please support me. Monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Of course, it would be better if there were rewards. I'll go home and rest. For the sake of the 6th watch, let's forget about Zhao Li's matter. Chapter 145. Qin Fengyang took a deep breath and said, Just yesterday, I called every parent here. Only Shen Tainan and the others didn't look well and weren't suitable to participate in this training. If they forced themselves to participate, they might encounter danger. I mentioned it seriously, but you answered the call yourselves, right? It was also you who promised me that you wouldn't let your children participate in this training. Qin Fengyang said coldly, Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. I was worried that they would be stubborn and insist on participating in this training. Yesterday afternoon, I broke their legs with my own hands. I wanted them to stay at home obediently and avoid this calamity. but I never thought that all of you would be so resourceful. In just one night, you completely healed their shattered bones and sent them on the path of death that had already deviated. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. Now, you're asking me for an explanation? I, Qin Fangyang, have already done everything I could. What explanation can I give you? From what you're saying, you don't have any responsibility. Shen Yushu looked like he was about to explode. That's right, I don't think I have any responsibility or fault. Even if I didn't warn you and didn't do anything, I still don't have any responsibility. Or you can directly ask me what responsibility I have. What else can I do? What can I do? Qin Fangyang said indifferently, as the parents of martial arts students, everyone here has signed a waiver with your children. Everyone knows this. When students go out to train, they are responsible for their own life and death. The fate of martial artists is also like this. If it's not life, then it's death. I understand your feelings. I also understand your feelings. But things have already come to this, there's no point in venting your anger. The most important thing now is to bury your children in peace. Qin Fangyang said calmly, Parents, please restrain your grief. Ha 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 ha. Shen Yushu let out a long, ear-piercing laugh like a night owl. My son is dead, and you want to let this matter pass with just a sentence of restrain your grief? Qin Fangyang was silent and didn't say anything. Shen Yushu's eyes looked at him like a wolf. Teacher Qin Fangyang, do you have a son? Qin Fangyang shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. I don't. Then, do you have parents? They've already passed away. Do you have a wife? I do, but she's been missing for almost 100 years. CEO Shen, what do you want to say? Why don't you just say it? Ha 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 ha, so Teacher Qin is a single man. Chen Yushu said viciously, no wonder when someone else's son died, you only said restrain your grief. Let me tell you, Qin Fangyang, this matter is not over. Yes, this is not over. The other parents roared angrily. Qin Fangyang sneered, are you done talking to me? Why don't you think about whether you've fulfilled your duty as parents? I warned you in advance that your children might be in danger on this trip. You promised me in front of me and thanked me profusely. Then, you turned around and clearly knew that your children might be in danger, but you didn't even inform me. I even found out about Shin Tainan and the others from a third party. What reason do you have? What face do you have to tell me that this matter is not over? If you had just sent me a message and said that you didn't manage to persuade your children, that's fine. I'll still think of a way. Why didn't you even send me a message? The faces of the parents turned ugly when they heard this. You, Qin Fangyang, caused the death of our sons, and you still think you're in the right? Li Changjiang hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Mr. Shen, you're being unreasonable. We're a martial arts school. The first rule for martial artists to enter the path of cultivation is to be willing to take responsibility for their own life and death. We've already signed the disclaimer. Secondly, in order to prevent a disaster from happening, Mr. Qin first broke their legs to prevent them from participating in the training. Then, he called you to explain the situation. This double insurance is to prevent the children from going out. It can be said that he has already avoided the possibility of this disaster to the greatest extent. Teacher Qin has really done all he can. Besides, Supervisor, we checked the city gate records after the incident. Your children left the city 1.5 hours earlier than the other teams. And Mr. Qin didn't know about it. Secondly, he has to be responsible for most of the children. As the leader of the team, it's impossible for him to only focus on your children. Now that communication is so advanced, why didn't any of you think of informing Teacher Qin that Shin Tianan's team is coming to participate in this training? After all, Teacher Qin had already called to not let them participate. If there isn't a big reason, why would he do that? In the end, it was your child who violated the rules and entered an area that martial masters and cultivators were not allowed to enter. Thus, you can't blame Teacher Qin for this. One of the parents said coldly, why can't he be blamed? Maybe it's because he broke my son's legs that caused this disaster. Yes. How can a person whose legs are broken avoid death? A teacher who broke the legs of students who are about to participate in the training, how can he be a teacher? Pooh! Qin Fengyang is the murderer. It's fair to kill someone to pay with their life. Li Changjiang was getting more and more angry. Everyone, you're twisting words and forcing logic. How did people whose legs are broken walk out of their houses at 5:30 in the morning? How did they walk out of the city? Are you really not worried? Anyway, it's Qin Fengyang's fault. Now that my son is dead, Qin Fengyang must pay with his life. Yes, Qin Fengyang must pay with his life. This vicious teacher caused the death of our child. He must give us a satisfactory explanation for this matter. For a moment, vicious words came out like a tide. Li Changjiang realized that it was impossible to reason with them now, and no one listened to him. Humans were just that strange. In the face of many acceptable incidents, everyone would be reasonable and fair. They also hoped that the other party would be reasonable and fair. But in the face of some unacceptable incidents, almost no one would be reasonable. Even more so, no one would care about fairness. Especially when this kind of incident happened in a group, it would be even more unreasonable. As for the promise that these parents made yesterday to not let their sons go out, everyone chose to forget about it. They didn't dare to think about it, much less admit that it was their connivance that caused the death of their children. Even though they regretted it so much, but strangely, their hatred for Qin Fengyang was also increasing. This was a very strange mentality. The situation was getting more and more chaotic, developing towards the direction of losing control. Dong dong dong. Knocking sounds came from the door. A wheelchair was pushed in. Old principal. Everyone bowed at the same time. Even people like Shin Yushu, whose eyes were red and had been blinded by hatred and sorrow, were no exception. He Yuan's indifferent gaze swept across everyone's faces, and said calmly, "This incident came so suddenly, it's sad, and it's also hard to accept. It's understandable that everyone needs to vent their emotions. However, everyone, please listen to what I have to say, and then decide what to do next. The fate of martial artists has always been like this. Firstly, there's a disclaimer. Secondly, Qin Fengyang has already taken precautions in advance. He even informed all the parents to not allow Shen Tainan and the other students to participate in this training. Thirdly, Shen Tainan and the others entered the forbidden area recklessly, which led to the deaths of so many people. Therefore, I now announce the school's opinion on Qin Fengyang's punishment. He will be given a major demerit and will be fined 1 year's salary. This is the school's attitude." He Yuanyue said, "If you are dissatisfied with the school's decision, you can privately negotiate with teacher Qin Fengyang, and our school will no longer bear any responsibility for this incident. That's all." Teacher Qin. "Yes. Hand over the students' remains to the parents, and then you may leave." "Yes." He Yuanyue forcefully put an end to this matter. No matter how unwilling Shin Yushu and the others were, they did not dare to say another word to He Yuanyue at this moment. Shin Yushu said fiercely, "Qin Fengyang, just you wait." Qin Fengyang handed the ring to Li Changjiang, turned around, and left calmly, as if nothing had happened. Every year, or even every month, second high. And all martial arts schools will face this kind of situation. He Yuanyue's face was unusually tired, and she said, "CEO Shen, let me give you a word of advice. My condolences, and don't cause any more trouble. In life, there must be a reason." After He Yuanyue finished speaking, she left without saying a word. An hour later. At the entrance of second high. Shin Yushu held his son's broken body, his eyes red, and his teeth clenched. "Qin Fengyang, you must pay for my son's death with your life." "And that's Wu Xiaoduo, on what basis did he say that my son would die? A little bastard, spouting nonsense, cursing my son. This must be a curse. I won't forgive you." The faces of the 6 children's parents were filled with grief, including Shin Yushu. Although their faces were filled with anger and ruthless words, they were also filled with deep regret. That's right, Qin Fengyang clearly called yesterday, and did not allow the children to participate. There was a death sentence. Why did he push his own son onto the path of death? It was only a day's training, so what if he did not go? Even if he allowed them to go, calling Qin Fengyang or sending a message was as easy as lifting a finger. It was not even considered labor, so why did he not do it? So regretful. More and more regret, but it also caused more and more hatred. Human nature was like this: when a normal accident happened, people would instinctively shift the blame, not to mention this kind of unacceptable thing. How could he bear the responsibility himself? His lively and energetic son had turned into a pile of minced meat in his hands. He, Qin Fengyang, was the teacher leading the team. If he did not take responsibility, who would? Did I cause the death of my precious son? Even I don't believe these words. Of course I regret it, but no matter how much I regret it, I can't forgive Qin Fengyang and Zhou Xiaoduo. Shen Yushu's gaze was fierce. I suspect that Zhou Xiaoduo is the one who cast the curse. And Qin Fengyang went to break our son's leg. It was premeditated. These two people are the main culprits. After the incident, we still have to call him to inform him. Why should we inform him? He is the teacher leading the team. My son is a high school student. It's natural for him to come to school. Is there a need to inform him? Do we still have to call the school teacher every night? My son is going to school tomorrow? Ridiculous. Since ancient times, there has been no such logic. When the parents heard Shen Yushu's words, they inexplicably felt that this actually made sense. Chapter 146. Qin Fengyang sat cross-legged on a high platform a few hundred feet away from the school gate. He stared at the few families at the school gate and sighed silently. With his cultivation base, he could not miss a single word of what these people said. He understood that it was normal for the parents to have such a reaction. Whose child was not a precious treasure? How could the parents not be sad when their child died in an accident? Not sad. It was understandable for them to be angry and sad, and even take their anger out on others. But everyone was facing such a cruel world. Life and death happened in the blink of an eye. It was really just a matter of a breath. Since they had chosen this martial path, they would have to live with death for the rest of their lives. I did everything I should and shouldn't have done, but I still couldn't save that child from death. I really couldn't do anything. But for this matter, it's fine if you take your anger out on me, but to take it out on Zhou Xiaoduo, isn't your temper too bad? Whoosh! Luo Lai quietly landed beside him. How is it? It must be a little uncomfortable. It'll be fine once you get used to it. Yes, I was in charge of the martial warrior class before, so I really didn't come into contact with this kind of thing. Sigh, this kind of thing happens every year. Most of the time, it happens a few times a month. Once you get used to it, you'll get used to it. We also hope that every child can live healthily. But in reality, it can't be done. Training is to cultivate their ability to face life and death. Since it's a matter of life and death, it's normal for accidents to happen. The students can safely stay in Phoenix City after graduation, so their safety is higher. But for those who swear to serve the country and protect the mainland, if 1 out of 10 goes to Sun Moon Pass, it's already not bad. Qin Fengyang mocked. In other words, the more a man cares about his country, the faster he dies. Can you understand it this way? The more a coward drags out an ignoble existence, the longer he can live. Luo Lai sighed. He really wanted to refute. But this was the truth. Luo Lai said, in this world, because of the external environment, there are such rules. We can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about the deaths and injuries caused by the students. Similarly, there are also parents who are angry because of their deep affection for their children. We can't do anything about it either. After all, we all share the same heart. Qin Fengyang asked with interest, how did the previous parents and teachers deal with it? I can't handle it. As I mentioned earlier, the premise of this situation is that the current external environment is not the same as the previous peaceful technological era. When such a thing happens, we can only deal with it coldly. If any of their children attend the martial arts school, the school will give them free tuition. But in this kind of family, even if they still have children, they won't go to this martial arts school, or they won't go to this martial arts school. However, you have to be careful for the next period of time. This Qin Yushu's power is not small. Looking at his performance today, he will definitely deal with you. Qin Fangyang nodded silently. I know. I'll be careful. In the past, there were also teachers who suffered from the revenge of their parents. It is said that there was once a teacher who was seriously injured in order to protect his students. He was bedridden. But because of the death of his son, the angry parents rushed to the teacher's house and beat the whole family to death. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Luo Lai sighed. Qin Fangyang was stunned. There's such a thing. Not only such a thing, but such things are too common. Luo Lai patted Qin Fangyang's shoulder. In this kind of world, what is impossible? I'm telling you these things so that you can be prepared and be more careful. Qin Fangyang's gaze was deep. I know. Thank you for the reminder. His gaze was unhurried and had an indescribable meaning. No wonder Qin Yushu wanted to ask about my family, my son, my wife. Ha ha ha. He has a lot of ideas. Let's go and drink. It's better not to go. Qin Fangyang said, my other students are all in the cultivation pagoda. I want to see them come out. I know. Luo Lai left. Before he left, he said, don't leave the school in the near future. Qin Fangyang sat quietly and did not reply. When Zhou Xiaoduo entered the 5x gravity room, it was 4 in the afternoon. Since he had a lot of contribution points in hand, Zhou was rich and overbearing. He simply spent 2 hours farming contribution points. Let's test the quality first. It was only 20 contribution points. It was nothing. The door of the gravity room opened. Zhou Xiaoduo valiantly walked in. Gravity room, I'm coming. Regarding the gravity room, Mu Yanyan had mentioned it to him before. Zhou Xiaoyan had mentioned it before. He Yuanyue had mentioned it before. Qin Fangyang had also mentioned it countless times. As a result, Zhou Xiaoduo had been drooling over this training place for a long time. No matter if it was training hidden weapons, normal martial arts, or movement techniques, the gravity room was the best choice. 5x gravity. The moment Zhou Xiaoduo entered the gravity room, he felt his body suddenly sink. The first thing he felt was that his body suddenly became much heavier. It was as if there were countless forces pressuring him from all directions at the same time. It was hard for him to bear. He just wanted to lie down on the ground and relieve the pressure. After a while, an extremely sticky feeling made it difficult for him to even breathe. Zhou Xiaoduo had expected these negative feelings after being informed by Zhou Xiaoyan and the others. He tried to adjust his breathing as he walked in step by step until he reached the center of the room. Ha! With a light shout, he got into a stance. Star-picking palm. Originally, when entering the gravity room for the first time, the most important thing to do was to adapt to the environment. This meant that he had to slowly adapt from the basics, such as the horse stance, finger presses, sit-ups, and so on. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was already at the peak of the martial master level. He didn't need to start from these most basic steps. He directly started to practice his fist and palm. However, after just one practice of the star-picking palm, Zhou Xiaoduo was already sweating profusely. He was exhausted. This is not good. It's only 5x gravity, the lowest level. Why is it so uncomfortable? Zhou Xiaoduo had an idea. He started to practice the Flaming Sun Sutra, practicing his fist and palm at the same time. As he practiced the Flaming Sun Sutra, the spiritual energy in his body became abnormally lively. He immediately felt that the negative feelings lingering in his body were reduced by a lot. Therefore, he started to practice controlling his breathing rate. The longer he stayed in the gravity room, the more he realized that once his breathing rhythm got messed up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He might even be tormented to death, which was the worst-case scenario. Zhou Xiaoduo slowly breathed in and out. He continued to circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra, causing the temperature of the room to soar. Soon, the room became unbearably hot. This feeling is similar to being in a sauna. Furthermore, it's steaming, boiling, and splashing water at the same time. Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to hold on. He used the star-picking palm and used the star-picking step. However, after 2 rounds of punches, Zhou Xiaoduo was really out of strength. He fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body sweating profusely. He felt as if his entire body, torso, stomach, thighs, and chest were all being sucked into the ground. And even his second brother was no exception. He was also firmly sucked into the ground. The reason why he could feel it so clearly was because his second brother had straightened up after circulating his blazing sun Jin Qi. The feeling was exceptionally obvious. Just as Master Nian Nianmao said, I have to get used to the current gravity before I can talk about using it to train. As for hidden weapons, that's a topic for later. Zhou Xiaoduo was determined. He rested for an average of 2 to 3 minutes before he got up and continued to practice the star-picking palm, dragon gate leg, and star-picking step. When he couldn't take it anymore, he prostrated himself on the ground. Yes, prostrating himself on the ground. He repeated this process once, twice, and thrice. Under this extreme tempering, Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel the surging sound of the Flaming Sun Sutra's origin energy circulating in his meridians. He could also hear the sound of his blood flowing continuously, as well as the creaking sound of his bones being unable to bear the burden. However, he focused and persevered without any distractions. Later on, he didn't even prostrate himself on the ground. Even if he didn't have any strength left, he wasn't willing to prostrate himself on the ground anymore. Instead, he stood up straight. Lines of sweat flowed down from his chest like a waterfall. Oh no, I forgot to bring water in. Zhou Xiaoduo was startled by this thought and his eyes immediately looked around. Yes, the setup of this gravity room was quite user-friendly. There was a tap in the corner. Not bad, not bad. It solved his urgent problem. In fact, the gravity room was the place that consumed the most energy and sweat. If there was really no water to replenish the energy, it was very likely that the students would die in there. How could the school not think of this and make preparations beforehand? Under such a difficult environment, Zhou Xiaoduo had been tormenting himself to the limit for 2 whole hours. Time and time again, he tormented himself to the limit. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he continued tormenting himself. When he reached the limit again, he took another breath. Even when he drank water, he tried his best to control himself and only drank a total of 2 times. However, he ate a lot of various pills. There were only 5 minutes left before the gravity machine could be used again. Suddenly, whoosh! A cool and refreshing feeling descended from the sky without any warning. Another drop of luck quietly arrived, causing Zhou Xiaoduo's extremely tired body to suddenly be filled with vitality again. Even his meridians expanded a little. Big brother, you should have come earlier. This time, it wasn't just 1 drop of luck, but a full 1.5 drops. Including the new luck points, Zhou Xiaoduo had a total of 6 drops in his hands. He couldn't help but have the illusion that he had become a tycoon in one fell swoop. He really became rich overnight. This time, when the luck points arrived, the first drop was a full 1, but the next half drop was divided into waves and half a drop was gathered bit by bit. And this result made Zhou Xiaoduo realize something. It came true. The death calamity that he had predicted for Shen Tainan had come true. Only then did he get a full drop. As for the other groups, because they were all scared but not in danger, there were no casualties, so it didn't cause any fluctuations in fate. As a result, there weren't many luck points feedback. But even so, the 7 groups only had half a point, and Zhou Xiaoduo was still satisfied. Chapter 147. Putting everything else aside, these new luck points would allow him to complete the last round of training in the gravity machine, allowing him to improve even more. In the last 5 minutes, Zhou Xiaoduo unleashed all his strength. He used the star-plucking palm, dragon gate kick, and galaxy step in tandem. He used all his strength in every move and executed them 7 times in a row. At the last second, Zhou Xiaoduo finally stopped his movement after the final kick. The door of the gravity room opened again, but Zhou Xiaoduo's remaining strength wasn't enough to support him to walk out. He could only lie on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily with his tongue out. If the teacher in charge of the gravity room hadn't come in to check the situation and dragged Zhou Xiaoduo out like a dead dog, no one knew how long Zhou Xiaoduo would have stayed in this position. "How is it?" Qin Fengyang came. "This student of yours is really extraordinary." The teacher in charge of the gravity room didn't know how to comment. He raised his thumb and said, he didn't waste a single second of the 2 hours of 5 times gravity training. When he walked into the gravity room, there were a few obvious puddles on the ground that were rapidly drying up. The circles of salt stains and white lines were especially eye-catching. "This is all sweat." The teacher was even more surprised. "You're so harsh on yourself." Seeing Qin Fengyang dragging Zhou Xiaoduo away, the teacher was convinced and raised his thumb. "Teacher Qin, as long as there are no accidents, this student of yours will definitely be like this in the future." Qin Fengyang smiled, feeling gratified. His face, which had been gloomy for a long time because of Shintianan's matter, suddenly brightened up. "I think so too." Seeing Qin Fengyang walk away, the teacher returned to the gravity room. The gravity room also needed to be cleaned. Basically, every user who entered would leave behind a pool of smelly sweat. If it wasn't cleaned up early, the gravity room would definitely smell worse than a latrine pit. The teacher went in to clean as usual. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and turned to look. "This isn't right. Why is there a layer of softness on the wall?" Qin Feng dragged Zhou Xiaoduo for about 10 meters before Zhou Xiaoduo was able to walk on his own and move freely. This was easy to understand. Zhou Xiaoduo had to withstand 5 times his body weight in the gravity room. Moreover, he had just learned it, so it was easy to imagine how fast his stamina was being consumed. Now that he was outside, everything was back to normal, so his stamina naturally recovered quickly. However, as he walked, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly realized that his entire body was as light as a feather, as if he could float at any time. "This gravity room is so useful." Zhou Xiaoduo was pleasantly surprised. This was because he discovered that under this kind of gravitational cultivation, it had the effect of purifying the spiritual energy within his body. Qin Fengyang rolled his eyes at the silly bird. Of course it was useful. Otherwise, why would the cost of using the gravity machine be so high? How did it feel to cultivate for the first time? "It's all right." "What have you done?" "It's just practicing punches and kicks, practicing martial arts, and footwork." That's the right thing to do. Only when you're used to the gravity and pressure and have a solid foundation will you be qualified to talk about hidden weapons cultivation. You did well. Hee. When you practice hidden weapons in the future, remember to bring your target in. Qin Fengyang said, "Don't practice other places. Just focus on the throat, heart, eyes, and ears. These are good enough. The focus is on the eyes and ears. These 2 places are the most important. Do you understand the key?" "Understood." Zhou Xiaoduo silently added the genitals in his heart before asking, "Why?" For the experts of the UMNO Alliance, the throat and heart aren't fatal points. In other words, these 2 places have the strongest protection. As for the human body, no matter how strong an expert is, compared to other parts of the body, the eyes and ears are always the weakest. If you think about it from another perspective, aren't these parts the weakest parts of the body? Qin Fengyang said lightly, "Legend has it that the UMNO Alliance had an ancient witch god. This god's head was chopped off, but he continued to fight against the heavenly court. The more he fought, the braver he became. That's awesome. Zhou Xiaoduo clicked his tongue. If we really meet such an expert, what's the use of hidden weapons? The only thing I can think of is attacking the primordial spirit. Qin Fangyang wasn't sure either. He said, but that kind of realm. We can only dream about it. Maybe you'll have a chance thousands of years later, but I definitely won't in my lifetime. Hehe, Teacher Qin, you've unified the Jianghu for thousands of years. Your future is boundless. Get lost. The sky was already dark. I'll send you home, Qin Fangyang said. You. Send me home. Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised by Qin Fangyang's decision. I'll send you home. I'll send you to school and back these few days. Qin Fangyang's expression was a little cold. Zhou Xiaoduo even felt an inexplicable murderous aura flowing around Qin Fangyang's body. It was fierce, and indestructible. Qin Fangyang's current appearance was completely different from the teacher Qin Zhou Xiaoduo remembered. The teacher and disciple walked side by side on Zhou Xiaoduo's way home. Zhou Xiaoduo noticed that Qin Fangyang seemed to be deliberately slowing down. Teacher Qin, we can walk faster. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that there was something wrong with the current atmosphere. Even with his shallow aura viewing technique, which could not even be considered as a beginner, he could actually see that the road ahead was filled with a faint blood color. It's okay. Walk slowly, there's no hurry. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and kindly. Teacher is here, it's okay. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. His eyes lit up. Zhou Xiaoduo was a smart person. He could understand the meaning behind Qin Fangyang's words. He had already guessed what Qin Fangyang was going to do. Xiaoduo, from today onwards, I'll use myself as an example on the way home. I'll give you a lesson on the Jianghu, the border, and the battlefield. Qin Fangyang said calmly as he walked, these days, I've observed your moves over and over again. I've discovered that your heart is unexpectedly soft. You have plenty of time and opportunities to strike at your opponent's throat, heart, back of head, and other vital parts. But you chose to kick the crotch. Others may be confused by you, but I won't. You're just soft-hearted and don't want to kill. Kicking the crotch is an excellent way to effectively paralyze your opponent's attack power. Qin Fangyang said solemnly, but this is the way the world is now. If you don't want to kill, you can only be killed. Then tell me, is it better to kill or be killed? Qin Fangyang's body suddenly floated into the air. The moment he flew up, 2 masked men rushed out from the corner. 7 or 8 masked men jumped down from the roof of the nearby building. In a trance, a magnificent sword light pierced through the sky like a lightning bolt, stunning the dusk sky. Even the street lamps on the roadside were overshadowed by the brilliance of the brilliant sword light. Qin Fangyang's body circled around the field like a goshawk and landed beside Zhou Xiaoduo again. Clang! He sheathed his sword and walked forward slowly. His voice was indifferent and calm. You must be ruthless to your enemies. If you can kill 10, you must not only kill 9. Whether it's a hidden weapon or a weapon, you must be steady, accurate, ruthless, and ruthless. Behind the 2 of them. Of the 10 masked men who came with ill intentions, 4 on the left, 4 on the right, and 2 at the back, they all slowly fell to the ground. Then, 10 heads rolled off their necks almost at the same time, rolling back and forth on the ground like big watermelons. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the whole street, turning the originally quiet street into a blood pool hell. Do you know why? Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's faintly pale face, Qin Fangyang didn't even turn his head. As he walked slowly, his voice was extremely calm as he said, there are too many ordinary people on this street. Once the opponent knows that he is no match for them and will die, he will drag ordinary people down with him. That will be your sin. So, when you can kill with 1 blow, you must kill with 1 blow. If any ordinary person dies because of your soft-heartedness, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. To ensure that in the future, you won't. When Qin Fangyang said the first 4 words of this sentence, he was still on the ground beside Zhou Xiaoduo. But when he said the last few words, he was already 70 feet away and 70 feet high in the air like a meteor. Just like before, the brilliant sword light once again pierced through the sky in a flash. 3 more corpses fell from the sky in an upside-down position. While they were still in the air, their heads fell first, and a large amount of blood poured down like a waterfall. Qin Fangyang returned to Zhou Xiaoduo's side and finished the last 2 words of his sentence. "I'm sorry." His voice was steady, calm, gentle. It was as if he did not move at all. "Who are these people? Are they targeting you, teacher, or are they here to kill me?" Although Zhou Xiaoduo had already guessed Qin Fangyang's intention to teach before the battle, he was still puzzled about the purpose of these 2 groups of enemies. "They are here to kill you, but their main purpose, or the real target, is me. Actually, there are people around you who are protecting you. But in my heart, I have to come out and show my attitude. I also have to give the person who wants to kill me a chance. After all, he is not resigned to his fate. He will definitely try." Qin Fangyang smiled and said, "I have to let him try and feel it." Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. "Try and feel the taste of attacking you? Feel the feeling of killing you? No, it's not like that." Qin Fangyang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo strangely. "Don't think like that in the future, okay? Thinking like that shows that you are not confident in your own strength." It's true that I want him to try, but I want him to know that the target he wants to target is too strong. He can only feel helpless and despair. From there, he will understand a truth." Qin Fangyang smiled very elegantly. "Truth? It is the truth. As a teacher, the truth I want to teach him is that in this world, there are some people he can't afford to offend. Don't think that he is rich. In this world, there are too many things that can't be done with money." Qin Fangyang raised his head and looked at a camera by the roadside. He revealed a gentle smile and showed his snow-white teeth. "Don't you think so? I'm really tired. I continue to write. The next chapter should be out at night. So many things are happening at the same time. I have to take care of them all and form a line. It's really taxing on my brain." Chapter 148. Arriving at the entrance of the Zhou family's residential area. Qin Fangyang watched Zhou Xiaoduo go in, then turned around, but did not go back. His black robe fluttering, he flew in a strange direction. In the darkness, bat-like shadows rose one after another in the night, chasing after Qin Fangyang. After a while, streaks of blood soared into the sky. "You want to kill me, then I'll let you kill to your heart's content." When Zhou Xiaoduo arrived home, Zhou Xiaonian had not yet returned. Zhou Xiaonian was still in Mu Yanyan's office. Opposite her was Meng Qinyu, who was being punished. Mu Yanyan's face was as calm as water. "Qinyu, an entire afternoon has passed, and you refuse to say anything. I don't have the temperament to continue wasting time with you." Mu Yanyan went straight to the point. "I just want to know, why do you insist on Zhou Xiaoduo dying?" I really didn't, master, I really didn't mean that." Meng Qinyu's eyes were red. "I can swear to the heavens." "Then how do you explain your actions today?" Mu Yanyan was a little tired. She went to the chair behind the desk and sat down. In her voice, there was an indescribable disappointment. At that time, Zhou Xiaoduo had the upper hand. I felt that there was no need to intervene, so I overlooked that Mu Yunfeng was hiding nearby. Well, even if you were negligent at the beginning. But after Mu Yunfeng made his move, you should have come back to your senses, right? How could you let Mu Yunfeng leave so easily? How do you explain this? I also wanted to stop him, but there were people from the second middle school chasing after us. I didn't want to expose myself. Even senior sister Nian didn't make a move until the people from second high gave up on the chase. Meng Qinyu said with extreme grievance, "Master, you have to believe me." Mu Yanyan lowered her eyes. After a long time, she slowly said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. Qinyu, you can go back." "Yes, master." From beginning to end, Zhou Xiaonian stood to the side, not saying a word. Watching Meng Qinyu leave, Zhou Xiaonian's eyes flashed with coldness. "Little Nian." Mu Yanyan said tiredly, "What do you think?" Watching Meng Qinyu leave, Zhou Xiaonian's cold face was filled with indifference. She faintly said, "Master, I am not thinking of anything." She smiled coldly. "I'm really not thinking about anything." She used 2 sentences to say the same thing twice. Mu Yanyan immediately understood what she meant. "Nian, you have other ideas, don't you?" Zhou Xiaonian said softly, "Master, I don't think so." Mu Yanyan pondered and didn't say anything. Zhou Xiaonian suddenly switched to telepathy and said, "Master, there are some things we can talk about later. The Meng clan was the one who built this building. If the Meng clan has any other intentions..." Meng Qinyu's abnormal reaction caused Zhou Xiaonian to become completely vigilant. It was a matter of Zhou Xiaoduo's life and death. Zhou Xiaonian suddenly felt that the whole world was full of malice. Mu Yanyan was shocked. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhou Xiaonian. For a long time, she did not speak. The two exchanged glances. One was full of suspicion and vigilance, and the other was full of shock. After a while, Mu Yanyan said in a low voice, "Qinyu is still your junior sister. Even if she has done something wrong, there is no need to be too harsh on her. Also, isn't your brother fine?" Zhou Xiaonian hesitated for a moment and responded, "Master is right. Xiao Duo is fine, and I have no intention of continuing to pursue the matter. But Qinyu's state of mind has not been stable during this period of time. Is it because she has progressed too much that she has developed an inner demon?" Mu Yanyan hated iron for not becoming steel and said, "If she has progressed too much, that would be great. Right now, I have no idea what she is doing. I can't even see her shadow. How is it that she has progressed too quickly? This matter is indeed strange. I will help you keep an eye on Qinyu. You don't have to worry too much. It is normal for there to be some friction between young people. Also, Xiao Duo scolded Qinyu too harshly at that time. Hehe, your brother's mouth is really annoying." Zhou Xiaonian hesitated and said, "But I am always worried about Xiao Duo's safety. Master, I only have one brother. He is fine this time. He is lucky, but luck will not always be with one person. Don't worry too much." Mu Yanyan promised, "Master promises you that this matter will not happen again." "What if it happens again?" Zhou Xiaonian asked. "If it happens again?" Mu Yanyan gritted her teeth and said, "If it is really determined that it was done by Qinyu or the Meng family, I will expel Qinyu from the sect." This sentence was already very serious. Zhou Xiaonian did not speak again. "And, by the way, since you are here, come with me to get some jade of astral souls." Mu Yanyan said, "Let's go." The window opened, and the master and disciple rushed directly into the sky and disappeared in a flash. In the sky, the clouds were dense, and the wind was howling. Mu Yanyan took Zhou Xiaonian all the way to the sky and hid in the clouds. Then, she put all the communication devices she carried, including the jewelry, into the space ring. Then she turned to look at Zhou Xiaonian. The temperature in the sky was extremely cold, but Zhou Xiaonian was calm and collected. Her expression was as cold as ever. Mu Yanyan frowned, and the expression on her face changed. Obviously, she was struggling fiercely in her heart. She said softly, "The location of your breakthrough last time was leaked. Now it seems it should be Qinyu who leaked it. I don't know if it was accidental or intentional." Zhou Xiaonian's expression still did not change. Qinyu's mood fluctuated greatly today. Mu Yanyan looked at the rolling clouds under her feet and said softly, "It's probably because some of her thoughts were exposed too suddenly, and your reaction was too intense. You fell out with her on the spot, giving her no time to mentally prepare herself. So much so that I felt a little strange. Zhuo Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, but asked another question, Master, do you feel that Meng Tian's feelings for me are purely the love between a man and a woman? Mu Yanyan frowned, and Meng Tian. I'm afraid he has other intentions. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, my feeling should be right. I just don't know why his family is so hostile to our family. But no matter what, there must be a reason. Mu Yanyan was thinking, and everything that had happened recently flashed through her mind. Master, you have met Meng Tian. What do you think of him? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked. Very mature, very steady, and there is no room for criticism. Everything is perfect. Mu Yanyan said. Performance? Well, I think so too. Master, your description is very apartment. This kind of perfection is too fake. It can only be described as performance. Zhuo Xiaoyan said. Fake? I think it's true. His speech, etiquette, steps, expression, everything is presented perfectly. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, it gives me the feeling that it's like an actor on the stage, showing his best side to the people in front of him. There is no flaw in any aspect, and there is no overdoing it in any aspect. Even his smile, no matter when, no matter what happens, is in the state of being tempered 1,000 times. This state, even if it is a senior who has cultivated for a long time, who has seen the prosperity of the mortal world, and who has experienced the hardships of the universe, it is impossible to achieve this level. Because as long as one is still human, one will retain some emotions and personal character. But Meng Tian has none of this. Everything is perfect. Based on my personal judgment, there is only one kind of situation in which a person can be in such a state. That is, everything is an act, something that can be faked. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, also, this person said that he is 33 years old, but I don't think so. Mu Yanyan pondered and did not speak. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, Master, can you confirm Meng Tian's birth record? Who is his birth mother? Is it Meng Tianyue's first wife? Where did he go to school in his youth? His cultivation is not bad, and he should be an outstanding person in the martial arts school. This information should not be difficult to investigate, right? The reason why I put this on the table is that I have investigated Meng Tian for a long time, but I did not find any information. This is really abnormal. Even if it is a fake file, I did not find it. A person, no matter how he hides his past, even if his information is S-class secret, there are always some clues. Mu Yanyan frowned, let me check. I hope you can check it through the star shield. I am afraid you can't find it through other normal channels. Yes. Mu Yanyan suddenly asked, at that time, it was Xiao Duo who saw that you were about to break through, right? Zhuo Xiaoyan was silent for a moment. She remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had now publicized her physiognomy to the world. She bit her lip and nodded, yes. He saw that you were about to break through from your face, so you suspected that the information was leaked? Yes. That's why I asked you. What about now? He didn't say. Little Duo is currently learning the aura examination technique from Principal He Yuanyue. It seems so. This is not a secret. Xiao Duo even declared in public that his physiognomy is divine. Everyone is welcome to come to him for guidance. Mu Yanyan thought for a while and suddenly smiled, let's go to your house and talk to Xiao Duo. Maybe we can also ask him for guidance. Okay. Speaking of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly became a little enraptured, and even the look on her face became a little gentler. Mu Yanyan couldn't help but smile, Nyan, you are so good to your brother. Zhuo Xiaoyan took Mu Yanyan's arm and flew in the direction of her house, saying sweetly, Master, you don't know that Xiao Duo is even better to me. While flying, she took out her mobile phone, I have to talk to Dad. Mu Yanyan expressed her understanding, you have to ask your father if he will accept guests, ha. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. After all, it was rare to have guests in the house for so many years. She had to ask if her father was willing to let them in. After the phone call was connected, Zhuo Changlu readily agreed, "I will wait for you to eat." At this moment, Mu Yanyan actually felt a sense of shock. Was this really what that stingy guy said? This stingy guy actually wanted to treat them, that she was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, genuine subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 149. With Mu Yanyan's amazing cultivation at the peak of nascent soul, she was flattered by Zhuo Changlu, who was just an ordinary person. This feeling really made Mu Yanyan feel incredible. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Thinking back, when she accepted Zhuo Xiaoyan as her apprentice, Zhuo Changlu didn't even invite her to dinner. Not to mention to have dinner at home. Compared with the past, these 5 words really gave her a lot of face. "I'm waiting for you to have dinner." "Xiaoyan, has your father's character changed over the years?" Mu Yanyan couldn't help but laugh, and she was actually very happy. "No." Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned. "With your father's character as a stingy rooster, he actually invited people to his house for dinner. How can it not be a big change?" Mu Yanyan was a little gratified. "I've taught you for a few years, and today I can finally go to your house for dinner. It's not in vain." Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed. "To be honest, your father is really very good at living." Mu Yanyan wanted to complain, but halfway through, she remembered that she was talking to her daughter, so she sighed and said, "He is a good man." "Good man?" Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face was a little red, and she was inexplicably vigilant. She summoned up her courage and said, "Master, my father and my mother have a very good relationship." "You?" "Ahem, and he is just an ordinary person, this." Mu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed after a long time. "What are you thinking? Do you think You really know how to think blindly. My original intention was to complain that your father was a stingy person, a stingy rooster, a glazed cat, and a glazed cat covered with sugar all over. But for your sake, I didn't say all of it. Why are you suspecting that I have taken a liking to her father? Look at this nervous little face. I doted on her for nothing. Is your father so good?" Hiss. With a ding-dong, a message came, which interrupted Zhuo Xiaoyan's embarrassment. Zhuo Xiaoyan took out her mobile phone and looked at it, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Because the message was sent by He Yuanyue. "In the wee hours of the morning, the clouds disperse, the phoenix turns its head, bring Xiao Duo here." Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked when she saw the message. "My dog, why is it so popular today?" Master Mu Yanyan wanted to see him and even took the initiative to meet him. Now even the old principal He Yuanyue wanted to see him. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel proud and smug. "Bullshit. Awesome. But I still have to go buy some groceries. Otherwise, Dad might really just be waiting for us to eat." Zhuo Xiaoyan was obviously a villain in vain this time. When the two of them entered the Zhuo family's house, Wu Yuding had already prepared a large table of dishes. It was really packed to the brim. In addition, there were also 4 large pots, which were placed on the stoves that they had just bought a few days ago. There were 2 big pots of rice and 2 big pots of steamed buns. It was steaming hot and eye-catching. In order to make sure there wasn't enough food, Wu Yuding even opened 4 cans of chili oil and cut 2 large plates of pickled vegetables. The entire Zhuo family was like a small shop that specialized in selling steamed buns. The air was filled with the fragrance of steamed buns. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at the side, rubbing his belly from time to time as he listened to the rumbling sounds coming from inside. Looking at Wu Yuding's little eyes walking around, he really looked like a hungry puppy. His eyes were blue, but he didn't dare to move and was waiting for the order to eat. "Bear with it a little longer." Zhuo Changlu comforted his son. "Your sister Nian Nian said that she wanted to bring her master here for dinner. You can't eat now. If you start eating, there won't be anything left on the table. How can we serve the guests then? It'll be rude of us." Zhua Xiaoduo said pitifully, let me eat a few steamed buns first. My stomach is too flat and I'm panicking. I'm hungry. Sigh. Zhua Changlu had no choice but to raise his voice and ask Wu Yuding, are the steamed buns okay? They are okay, but they're just steamed. Wu Yuding said, the freshly steamed ones are the best to eat. This kind of steamed buns usually only require 20 servings of food. If you eat this, you'll need at least 30 servings. Bear with it a little longer. Let him eat a few servings first. Look at his pitiful eyes. Wu Yuding turned her head and saw Zhua Xiaoduo's wet eyes. He was swallowing his saliva madly. Pfft! Wu Yuding almost laughed out loud. She didn't say anything else and opened the lid of the pot. She picked up a few steamed buns and placed them on a plate. Just as she was about to bring them over, she saw Zhua Xiaoduo had already brought his bowl over. He had already grabbed a handful of pickled vegetables in his hand. Coupled with his impatient expression, he swallowed his saliva. Wu Yuding hurriedly protected the food on the table so that the guests wouldn't be rude. She watched as Zhua Xiaoduo threw the steamed buns into his mouth one by one. He just flattened his lips and swallowed them. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes began to wander around the lid of the pot. Mrs. Zhua couldn't help but cover her forehead. Just how hungry are you, son? Fortunately, at this moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhua Xiaoyan and Mu Yanyan finally arrived. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Zhua Xiaoduo rushed up as if he had seen his savior. His enthusiasm was overflowing. Great, they were finally here. It was time to eat. Mu Yanyan didn't know what was going on. She was shocked by Zhua Xiaoduo's enthusiasm. She smiled and said, Xiaoduo is also home. Sorry for being late. It's my honor to be your guest. Hello, Mr. Zhua, Mrs. Zhua. She felt that she was much older than Zhua Changlu and Wu Yuding, so it was inconvenient for her to call them brother and sister-in-law. Miss Mu, you're getting more and more beautiful. Please sit down. Zhua Zhanglu appeared to be particularly enthusiastic. He didn't have the appearance of a miser in the legends. Instead, he was elegant and handsome. Wu Yuding looked at Zhua Changlu with a faint smile, and then warmly said, Miss Mu, please sit down. You're a rare guest. Mu Yanyan was sure that she would never forget this meal. She would remember it every night when she dreamed about it. The five of them sat around the table. Mu Yanyan saw Zhua Xiaoduo bring a basin over. She was surprised, but then she saw him bring another basin. Was that soup in the other basin? At first, Mu Yanyan thought that it was for washing hands, but then she saw Zhua Xiaoduo take a sip, and then put it on his left foot carefully. Then, Teacher Mu, please help yourself. Don't stand on ceremony. With Zhua Changlu's words, Zhua Xiaoduo had already begun to eat. Zhua Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhua Xiaoyan, 3 people and 6 hands, quickly grabbed 6 dishes, moved aside, and drank and chatted with Mu Yanyan as usual. They talked while eating, and even opened a bottle of wine. It was no different from a normal banquet. But on the other side, Zhua Xiaoduo ate 13 dishes by himself, including 2 pots of rice, 2 pots of steamed buns, 2 plates of pickles, and 4 cans of chili sauce. Mu Yanyan occasionally glanced at him, and only felt that she had entered a farm. Although Zhua Xiaoduo didn't make a lot of noise when he ate, and he wasn't smacking his lips, his eating frequency was too fast. It was like entering a silkworm breeding room. The 4 of them had only finished a third of the bottle of wine and had only eaten a little of the 6 dishes. However, Zhua Xiaoduo's side was already completely clean. Mu Yanyan was present. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhua Xiaoduo couldn't lick the plates. But if he didn't lick the plates, he could dip the steamed buns in the soup. The dozen plates were no worse than washing them with water. Mu Yanyan felt that she had opened her eyes today, and it was a big eye-opener. After a while, Zhua Xiaoduo stood up politely and glanced at the dishes on the table reluctantly. He seemed to be trying hard to control himself and said, "Take your time, I'm full." Here you are. Zhou Xiaoyan took out a roast goose weighing 7 or 8 kilograms from the space ring and handed it to him. He. Sister, you love me so much. Zhou Xiaoduo went back to the room with the roast goose in his arms, satisfied. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding couldn't bear to look at him. Mu Yanyan, after a moment of shock, explained with understanding, Xiaoduo has reached the peak of martial master. Considering his age, his speed of advancement is really rare. Moreover, he reached the peak of martial master in a short time, and the energy he needs to replenish is more than that of ordinary martial masters. In fact, at the stage of martial master, the consumption of his own vital energy is higher than the replenishment of external vital energy. That's why he can't eat enough. It will be fine when he reaches the innate realm. I hope so. Wu Yuding sighed. We also know that martial master cultivators have high requirements for food. When Xiao Nian was a martial master, she was also at this stage. But at that time, Xiao Nian couldn't eat as much as Xiao Duo. At most, she could only eat a quarter of his food. At that time, I was very worried. Girls, if you eat like this, won't you become a pig? Mom. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed. She put down her chopsticks and said coquettishly, why are you talking about the past? Mu Yanyan laughed and said, back then, Nian asked me for fasting pills every day. She would eat the fasting pills before coming back to eat, ha ha ha. As a master, Mu Yanyan rarely saw Zhou Xiaoyan in her own home. She couldn't help but want to tease her. Wu Yuding couldn't help but smile and said, so there is such a thing. I wronged Xiao Duo. I only talked about what Xiao Nian was like back then. It turns out that there is such a story behind it, he. Wu Yuding sighed, back then, I should have prepared 2 basins for Xiao Nian. Chapter 150. Zhou Xiaoyan finally couldn't bear it. She blushed and said, you guys are so bad. She stood up and was about to leave, but Zhou Changlu stopped her. Sit down. Why are you so rude? Your master is still here, and you want to leave. If people know about this, they will think that I, Zhou Changlu, have no upbringing. Hurry up and sit down. Serve your master tea, pour wine, and serve him well. Master, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Now and in the future, you must remember this sentence. Always be the same, and always be the same. Yes. Zhou Xiaoyan was obedient. Mu Yanyan looked at Zhou Xiaoyan and thought of Zhou Xiaoduo. She couldn't help sighing with admiration and said, Boss Zhuo's education is really unique. Your son and daughter are so excellent. It's really enviable. Zhou Changlu said with a smile, you flatter me. Let's drink. Ms. Mu, try this dish. This is my wife's lifelong signature dish. It tastes good. Both the host and the guest enjoyed the meal. After the meal, Zhou Changlu knew that Mu Yanyan wouldn't come for no reason. He felt that it had nothing to do with him, so he went to the study. Wu Yuding cleaned up the table and said goodbye apologetically, saying that she had to do some homework. She didn't know what homework she was going to do. Anyway, she went into the room. Anyway, she left the room to Mu Yanyan and her master. In the study. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Is Ms. Mu beautiful? Zhou Changlu said seriously, she is just a so-so. So-so? I think she is prettier than me. She can't even compare with a hair of yours. She is too ugly. Really? Really? Then why do you keep looking at her? Hey, she seems to have soup stuck to the tip of her nose when she was eating. I wanted to remind her, but I was too embarrassed. Oh. Wu Yuding stopped. Outside, Mu Yanyan rubbed the tip of her nose with a speechless and embarrassed face. Well, nothing. Mu Yanyan looked at Zhou Xiaoyan and couldn't help feeling envious. She said, Nian, it's really a blessing to be born in such a family and have such parents. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes turning into crescent moons. The master and disciple did not delay and entered Zhuoxiaoduo's room. They saw that Zhuoxiaoduo was already panting and sweating all over. Zhuoxiaoduo was in the room. He was punching very slowly but at the same time with the most standard movements. There was not the slightest sound of wind, but every move and every style was filled with strength. Mu Yanyan nodded secretly. As the saying goes, one can know the whole leopard from a single spot. Zhuoxiaoduo obviously did this because he did not want to let go of any time to cultivate. He was really racing against time. This child is really not bad. Mu Yanyan praised him in her heart. Stop practicing. Let's talk. Zhuoxiaoyan, like Mu Yanyan before, put all the communication devices, including Zhuoxiaoduo's mobile phone, into the ring. Even the computer and all the other electronic devices were all turned off and packed up. Xiaoduo, I came here mainly to ask you about the divination method, especially the thing that you saw before, that there would be obstacles when I was breaking through. Tell me the truth, and the more details, the better, Zhuoxiaoyan said. Okay. Zhuoxiaoduo took a deep breath. This day had finally come. After such a long time of hard work, dedication, and sparing no effort to keep reading people's faces, Mu Yanyan finally truly believed and recognized her ability. And Mu Yanyan's belief would be a great progress in his plan to save Nian Cat. This progress was extremely crucial. Previously, Zhuoxiaoduo did not think about influencing Mu Yanyan through Zhuoxiaoyan. It was not difficult to do this. As long as Zhuoxiaoyan acted coquettishly to Mu Yanyan, with Mu Yanyan's love for Zhuoxiaoyan, it would have a certain effect. But the following problem was obvious: Mu Yanyan would not pay too much attention to these influences, at least she would not believe it. It could be imagined how difficult it was for a 16 or 17-year-old martial artist to make a nascent soul master believe in his fortune-telling. And once Mu Yanyan had a preconceived idea, then Zhuoxiaoduo's follow-up actions were bound to be extremely difficult. In that case, it would cause more trouble, and the loss would outweigh the gain. In this case, from the beginning, let Mu Yanyan believe in his divination method, and then trust every word he said. The follow-up actions would naturally be supported by Mu Yanyan. Today, the efforts that had been brewing for so long finally paid off. Xiaoduo, it is said that your fortune-telling is very accurate, and it comes true like a god. Mu Yanyan smiled and said, so this time, I specially came to ask for advice. Teacher Mu, you are too polite. Zhuoxiaoduo said politely, you can ask, and I will tell you everything I know. Zhuoxiaoduo's elegant and steady appearance almost made Mu Yanyan think that the good-for-nothing she saw just now was an illusion. Tell me about Nian's tribulation first. It's better to start from the very beginning, when you saw that Nian's breakthrough would lead to her death. Mu Yanyan put on a serious attitude and said, I know that a lot of your efforts during this period of time are for this matter. Hearing this, although Zhuoxiaoyan knew that they were talking about business, she still could not help but feel sweet in her heart. She looked at Zhuoxiaoduo with hook-like eyes. Dog. My dog. Hum. He. In fact, Sister Nian's tribulation has always been in a state of ascension. Teacher Mu, about Sister Nian's tribulation, it can be said that it involves a lot of people. Not to mention others, because of Sister Nian's death, you are full of death aura. Zhuoxiaoduo said softly, in fact, this is not difficult to imagine. When Sister Nian breaks through this tribulation, you must be the main protector. The enemies who want Sister Nian to die will not let her go, but they will definitely target you first. Because if they can't kill you, they can't hurt her, so. In this tribulation, you are the first one to bear the brunt. Mu Yanyan's beautiful face was calm. Then in your opinion, what is my ending? Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. He looked at Mu Yanyan and Zhuoxiaoyan's faces with rapt attention. The master and disciple were almost the same now. Dark clouds covered the sky. Bad luck filled the air. Death aura. Murderous intent. Although it wasn't as certain as before, but it was still a great ominous sign with a slim chance of survival. It would be difficult to escape with one's life. However, what made Zhou Xiaoduo even more puzzled was Zhou Xiaonian's physiognomy. After an aura of death, could it be that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? This situation was like after the sky was full of dark clouds. There was not only a clear sky, but also 10 suns in the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo could be sure that after Zhou Xiaonian passed this tribulation, she would have a bright future. However, this was different from the sky full of dark clouds. The dark clouds would disperse sooner or later, but she might not be able to pass the tribulation. If she couldn't pass the tribulation, Zhou Xiaonian would still die. However, now that he could see the purple aura, Zhou Xiaoduo was already very satisfied. Because there was no such thing before. In other words, the previous Zhou Xiaonian had no future. Now, although the tribulation was still there, the future was promising. I've already seen your ending. On the day of Sister Nian Nian's breakthrough, you fought to the death in order to protect Sister Nian Nian. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Mu Yanyan's expression did not change, but her eyes flickered. What about your sister? Because she was disturbed during the breakthrough, she died of qi deviation. Zhou Xiaoduo's cheeks twitched, and he said, now, there are 51 days before the breakthrough time I foresee. Well, today is over, there are 50 days left. Mu Yanyan sat calmly and asked softly, I have 2 questions now, I need you to answer them directly. Please ask. The result you foresee, is it fate or luck? Mu Yanyan asked. If it is fate, is there a way to change fate? If it is luck, is there a way to reverse the universe? Zhou Xiaoduo was silent for a long time, and said, it is fate and luck. What do you mean? Sister Nian's tribulation is not destined to be a death tribulation. In other words, if she can break through the tribulation, she will be able to rise to the top. That is to say, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Zhou Xiaoduo said softly, since it is a tribulation, there are 2 possibilities, one is to pass and the other is not to pass. Naturally, there is no such thing as fate. But for now, it is very difficult to change, isn't it? Mu Yanyan asked. Zhou Xiaoduo said in distress, I have thought of using variables to affect this tribulation, that is, I told Sister Nian that she would be in danger when she broke through. She believed me and communicated with you about this. But now, I unexpectedly found that the breakthrough day after 50 days has become the moment of eternal death, and there is no way to change it. I am puzzled about this. Why can't the breakthrough date be changed? Isn't it normal to advance or postpone it? Mu Yanyan was stunned when she heard this. Mu Yanyan had not considered this problem at all. Although she knew the time of Zhou Xiaonian's breakthrough, she had already considered the possibility of advancing or postponing it. In fact, she had thought of changing the time of Zhou Xiaonian's breakthrough again, and using the time to affect the tribulation. At this moment, when she heard Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly ask this question, she was stunned and murmured, the breakthrough date can't be changed? Who said it can't be changed? How can it become the moment of eternal death? Only Zhou Xiaonian's delicate body shook violently, and her bright eyes flickered. Mu Yanyan immediately found that something was wrong. She turned her head and asked, Nian, Zhou Xiaonian gritted her teeth and said, about this. I went to see Headmaster He the other day and heard her talk about it. I am destined to break through, and once I break through, it will involve the Phoenix vein of Phoenix City. It is said that it is related to the soul of the Phoenix vein. Is this the reason why it can't be changed? In the afternoon, the leader will update. Also, brothers and sisters who have received the divine light, please join the group 1090 number 866 at 686. Why don't you join the group after receiving the divine light? Do you want me to give it to you? Chapter 151. Zhou Xiaonian recalled. So, the breakthrough will happen on the day of the Phoenix Pulse? The old principal once said. Even if I accumulate more power beyond the inner core realm, it will be difficult for me to break through the bottleneck. Because no matter how much power I accumulate, it will never surpass the accumulation of the Phoenix bloodline over the past 40,000 years. So, I'm afraid the breakthrough date can't be changed. Mu Yanyan finally couldn't maintain the indifference on her face. She said in surprise, "Is there such a thing?" "Yes, it's the chi pulse. The old principal He Yuanhua said that the day of my breakthrough is the day of the phoenix pulse. At the same time, it's also the moment of eternal death that Xiao Duo mentioned just now," Zhuo Xiaoyan said. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "I just found out a few days ago, and there have been too many things happening these few days." Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that she was in the wrong. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything more. "If that's the case, things will turn for the better." Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression suddenly brightened. He was even in high spirits. "I think I really understand. Originally, I only judged the situation based on the divination and foresight. I didn't think too much. After the old principal's guidance, I more or less understood the aura viewing technique. However, I didn't use it on Sister Nian, nor did I connect it with the mountains and rivers. Not bad, not bad. No wonder I've been watching Sister Nian's fate. It seems to be closely related to this city. So there's this layer of origin. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. My big sister Nian Nian is one of the top few geniuses in the entire Yanwu Empire, yet she has never taken a single step out of Phoenix City. Indeed, there's another reason for her to stay." Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. "Now that I understand the root cause, I'm suddenly enlightened. It's the power of the Phoenix bloodline that has been faintly restraining you and restricting you." After Zhuo Xiaoduo said this, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yanyan also understood at once. For so many years, there have been so many super sects and hermit sects who want to take Zhuo Xiaoyan away. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan has always been reluctant. How persistent can a little girl be? Wouldn't he just pick her up and leave? When they arrived at the sect, they would at most cry for a few days. In the end, wouldn't they have to accept it even if they didn't want to? How difficult could it be? But things weren't that simple. One sect had come, but before he could convince Zhuo Xiaoyan, another even more powerful sect had come. The first one couldn't compete with the second one, so he retreated. After that, he continued to work hard, and then he encountered a different sect. The same thing happened again and again, and the cycle repeated itself. When Mu Yanyan arrived, with the powerful strength of the Kunlun Taoism, He Yuanyue's face, and the price left by Mu Yanyan, they were able to accept Zhuo Xiaoyan as a disciple. Others only thought that it was natural for everyone to compete for a genius, but in fact, the twists and turns of this matter made Mu Yanyan feel incredible when she thought about it now. Now, after listening to Zhuo Xiaoyan's description of the restriction of the phoenix vein, Mu Yanyan immediately solved the doubts in her heart. But then she became more worried. She said, "Since Nian Er's death involves the phoenix vein soul, and the moment of eternal death can't be changed, then the danger of Nian Er's death will be many times greater. No, I have to talk to Headmaster He and see if there is still room for negotiation." Zhuo Xiaoduo's mood at this moment became relaxed. He said in a deep voice, "Now that we have a direction and the root of the problem, it will be much easier to do later. I'm afraid that there is no way to deal with it. What I see is fate, while the phoenix vein is luck. In other words, what I see is fate and luck, while the phoenix vein is luck and fate itself. It has accumulated the general trend of fate for 40,000 years." In front of Zhuo Xiaoduo, a road suddenly appeared. Finally, he connected everything together. For a moment, he was in an unprecedentedly good mood. Originally, he only saw the result. Now, after gathering all the information of Zhuo Xiaoyan, Mu Yanyan, He Yuanyue, and Zhuo Xiaoduo, he finally saw the tip of the iceberg of the truth. But this tip was enough for Zhuo Xiaoduo, because the direction to solve the problem was finally found. "No, I have to see Headmaster He as soon as possible." A trace of anxiety flashed across Mu Yanyan's beautiful face, and a trace of determination. Before this, she had never thought that the breakthrough of the origin core realm would have such a big impact. Now that she suddenly knew, she really couldn't sit still for a moment. "Headmaster He asked me to meet him at the Phoenix Pavilion tonight. He also asked me to bring Xiao Duo. Why don't we go together and discuss what to do? I think headmaster he should also have a headache about this. Okay. Mu Yanyan agreed. At this moment, outside the window, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The heavy rain fell with a crash. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the time. It was 9:50 p.m. 2.5 hours left. A heavy downpour hit the Phoenix Pavilion. This heavy rain was very heavy. The good drainage system of the city couldn't drain the water in time, causing the water to be tens of centimeters high on the street. This rain was as if the heavens were pouring water down directly. At midnight, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. The three of them set off on time and directly flew out of the window. At a glance, they saw a cushion made of an unknown material drifting like a small boat in the turbulent water on the street. On the cushion was a kitten. Riding on the cushion, its two ears flapped and turned back and forth uneasily on the cushion. It looked up to the sky and shouted, "Meow!" The water was rumbling, carrying the cushion downstream. Zhou Xiaoyan's heart moved. With a wave of her hand, the kitten had already come down from the cushion and was sent to a safe area on the side of the road. Although the kitten was safe, it shook its head with a confused look on its face. Why did it suddenly fly on the clouds just now? Phoenix Pavilion turned back. The trees and the mountains that blocked the view had been cleared by Sister Lawn, and the view was unprecedentedly open. A big stone, like the head of a phoenix, stood tall. And at the top of the big stone, there was a wheelchair. He Yuanyue's white hair was fluttering in the wind. With an indifferent expression, she stared at the thousands of lights in the city. In the sky, large patches of dark clouds were rapidly dispersing, and the stars were showing little by little. After a while, a bright full moon appeared in the sky. The moon was full and bright, and it shone everywhere. In the eyes of Zhou Xiaoyan and others, who came from afar, He Yuanyue's skinny figure seemed to be embedded in the full moon and integrated with the full moon. Hanging high in the sky, she quietly looked at the earth, looked at the mountains, and looked at the mortal world. This transcendent atmosphere made Mu Yanyan and Zhou Xiaoyan instinctively stop and look at the old woman who seemed to be integrated with the full moon with awe. It was this kind of character, this kind of loftiness. The real heart of the world, the real heart of all living things, the real boundless love, and the blessing of all living things. Even Mu Yanyan, who was obviously much older than He Yuanyue, couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of her heart when she saw this scene at the moment. The full moon hung high in the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the sky, it was blue. There wasn't even a trace of cloud. "Come up." He Yuanyue was beckoning. Mu Yanyan took Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiao Duo and flew through the air. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She slowly landed beside He Yuanyue. He Yuanyue's skinny face suddenly bloomed with a smile. The night of the full moon, the peak of Phoenix return, the dragon sword and the phoenix danced. Not bad at all. I really didn't expect to complete two things at once today. It's really the will of the heavens. Sister Lan, dressed in black, stood beside her as usual, quietly gazing down the mountain. At this moment it was already midnight, and all the lights in Phoenix City had been extinguished, but she understood the meaning behind He Yuanyue's words. Being able to see Zhou Xiao Duo was naturally the main theme of the night, and seeing Mu Yanyan at the same time was an additional surprise. After all, these two people came together in such a delicate atmosphere. It was really rare, so naturally it was a surprise. Just when He Yuanyue, Zhou Xiao Duo, and Mu Yanyan met, He Yuanyue suddenly frowned slightly, raised her head slightly, and looked at the southern sky. At the top of the southern sky, there seemed to be 3 stars in the shape of a triangle that lit up slightly. Is it an illusion? When He Yuanyue looked again, she couldn't see anything. The 3 people all saw He Yuanyue's abnormal behavior at the moment, and naturally wondered, and they all looked back. Mu Yanyan and Zhou Xiaoyan didn't see anything. Only the jade pendant that Zhou Xiao Duo had integrated into his body, at this moment, slightly heated up and flickered, but this change was enough for Zhou Xiao Duo to feel. That was An inexplicable aura, falling from the heavens and gathering here? Yuanyue continued to survey the entire Phoenix City in a trance. Even though it was the middle of the night and there weren't many lights left, the bright moonlight allowed her to see far, far away with a single glance. Under the hazy moonlight, clear splendor spread over thousands of miles, spreading over the world. Come and see. Yuanyue smiled, stretched out her right hand, and pointed to the south. Tonight is the 15th of June. After a heavy rain, all the dust has been washed away. The blue sky is clean, heaven and earth meet and yin and yang feel. Tonight, at this moment, is the time for the dragon to rise. After the heavy rain, if there is a dragon vein, there will be a green dragon rising, riding the wind to the 9 heavens. I came here tonight to take advantage of the heavens to see the rise and fall of the green dragon, moving among the clouds. Yuanyue smiled. My original intention of calling Xiao Duo here was to guide him in the aspect of the aura examination technique, and to deepen his understanding. I didn't expect Teacher Mu to come with me. This can be considered a coincidence. Rise of the Green Dragon? That's right. Yuanyue said, as the saying goes, Lone Yin does not grow, Lone Yang does not grow. Where there is a phoenix vein, there will be a dragon vein. It's just that the dragon vein in Phoenix City is too well hidden, and I can't do anything about it. But tonight, I'm at the time when the green dragon rises to the heavens. Even if there are people who want to hide it, there will always be clues. Where does this dragon rise to the heavens, where does it come from, and where does it end? Does this Phoenix City have a dragon vein? Chapter 152. Mu Yanyan pondered and asked slowly, what if there are still no signs, or there is no dragon vein in Phoenix City at all? Yuanyue's eyes were deep. If there is no dragon vein, then we will lose this battle. The Phoenix Pulse Spirit is also a dead end. Then take your spiritual sense with you and run away immediately. Even if the whole Phoenix City turns into ashes, you are not allowed to come back. Little Nian, if you really do this, you will not be able to return to Phoenix City for the rest of your life. Why is that? Zhou Xiaonian asked. If the dragon vein does not exist, or if it has been used by the enemy, Phoenix City will be your death ground. Especially after the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, this will be your death ground. No matter when you appear in Phoenix City, you will die immediately. Mu Yanyan, Zhou Xiaonian, and Zhou Xiaoduo's faces suddenly changed and became very ugly. Zhou Xiaonian said firmly, even if there is no dragon vein, I will not leave. I swear to live and die with my family. Yuanyue's eyes flashed, and she glanced at Mu Yanyan imperceptibly. Mu Yanyan nodded slightly. The rain has just fallen, and the sky is clear. In terms of timing, the Azure Dragon is still in the breeding stage, and there is still some time before it rises. Yuanyue waved, Zhou Xiaoduo, come here. Zhou Xiaoduo stood beside Mu Yanyan's wheelchair, blocking the cold wind for her with his body. Don't stand there, and don't block my wind. Yuanyue frowned and said, stand here, facing the wind, and look carefully. Look. Look at what? Look at the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of you. At this moment, the position you are standing at is the highest point. Use your eyes and your heart to look. Yuanyue said softly, use the position you are standing at as your eyes and look down. The panoramic view of Phoenix City is in front of you. I want to know, from your point of view, what can you see? Zhou Xiaoduo was at a loss, but he followed her words. Zhou Xiaonian and Mu Yanyan could not help but look in the same direction, but they felt that they could not see anything strange. Zhou Xiaoduo did not dare to neglect. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he quietly opened his eyes and looked forward. He unconsciously gathered power in his eyes, and everything in the world seemed to be clearer and brighter in his eyes at this moment. After the heavy rain, the mountain was full of the sound of snakes and rats and other animals crawling. Apart from that, the world was completely silent. Even the meteor shower, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain. The rain. The rain. As the rainwater seeped into the ground, the scorching heat of the ground evaporated, and endless amounts of water vapor slowly rose from the ground. Looking from afar, it looked like plumes of smoke that shot straight into the sky. It was the same everywhere in an area of a few thousand kilometers, and the scene was magnificent to the extreme. Zhou Xiaoduo came to a realization. This should be the time He Yuanyue mentioned. He Yuanyue's voice, with a strange melody, slowly sounded in his ears. The cycle of heaven has a beginning and an end. Water rises and falls. The more water vapor that falls to the ground, the more rain that returns to the sky. Xiaoduo, what do you see? Zhou Xiaoduo focused and looked forward seriously. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. I see. Everywhere, there is mist rising. The mountain below, the mountains to the left and right, are all rapidly rising. Over at Phoenix City, it is also rising. Yes, is there anything else? Just like the celestial mountains, the mist is constantly growing, nothing is left out. There were two places where no water vapor rose from the beginning to the end. What's going on? There are two places. He Yuanyue opened her eyes in surprise. Two? Yes, two. Those two places are very far away from here. But from here, it seems to be the center of Phoenix City. It is the most prosperous area. Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised. In the most prosperous area, the roadside buildings were almost all hardened. In such weather, it should be hotter and there should be more water vapor. How could there be no water vapor rising? How far do you see these two places? He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked softly. She did not have any cultivation. What Zhou Xiaoduo could see, she could not. Zhou Xiaoduo heard her and closed his eyes. He used his mind's eye to measure and observe. The distance is about half a foot. Zhou Xiaoduo said uncertainly. From the distance of half a foot in your eyes to the actual terrain. Two places. Two places. He Yuanyue suddenly thought of something, and her spirit suddenly became excited. This sudden excitement made her spirit all of a sudden, and even her old face suddenly became flushed. Sister Lan. Here. Xiaoduo, keep watching. Don't stop. Sister Lan, take little Duo and fly over from a high altitude. You have to be fast and remember to conceal yourself at the same time. See what these two places are. Go to the sky above the center of Phoenix City as fast as you can. Make sure Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes are locked on those two special places. Then come back as fast as you can. Be careful not to expose yourself. Be sure to see clearly. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo maintained his mind's eye state and did not move. Sister Lan grabbed his belt with one hand and her body quietly floated as she floated away. Old principal, what are you doing? Mu Yanyan asked, puzzled. He Yuanyue gently raised her hand and stopped her from asking. There was a cold light in her eyes. Don't be impatient. Wait for them to come back. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, this matter may become the key to reversing our disadvantage. Mu Yanyan didn't understand what she was talking about at this time. She only felt confused and mysterious. He Yuanyue murmured, this is really a coincidence. How did I not think that Zhou Xiaoduo would be able to see more than me, and be able to distinguish where there is no water vapor? This is really the mercy of the heavens. Sigh, I should have thought of this earlier. The physique of a martial artist is not something an old man like me can compare to. Then she sighed again and said, but even if I thought of it, there are not so many people I can trust. Phew. She took a long breath and didn't speak anymore. She just looked at the distant sky with longing in her eyes. Sister Lan moved very fast. After a while, she flew back with Zhou Xiaoduo. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo was directly in the vacuum air cover. He wasn't even blown by the wind. It was close to being unaffected. It was naturally easy for her to lock on to the target. Did you see it? Can you confirm it? I saw it. I've confirmed the location. These two places, where are they? Yuan's breathing was a little heavy at this moment, and she asked anxiously. One is the headquarters of Meng's group. Zhou Xiaoduo said, the other is the ancestral grave of the Ning family. Meng's group? Ning family's ancestral grave? Yuanyue was stunned when she heard these two places. Suddenly, there was even a feeling of suffocation. Then, Yuanyue suddenly coughed violently. She coughed so hard that she almost coughed out her heart, lungs, and intestines. Her face was red and faintly purple. But her eyes showed a kind of angry and frightening brilliance. Sister Lan and Mu Yanyan, the two masters, worked together to calm Yuanyue down, but they couldn't calm her down for a long time. 40,000 years of accumulation. Painstaking efforts. Millions of people's lives. The fate of the entire continent. The survival of the astral soul's Umno alliance is a matter of life and death. Because of selfishness, it's in danger. Yuanyue let out a shrill cry, and cursed angrily, shameless. He was insane. Shameless. He was insane. Shameless. You're insane. She gasped for breath, her face flushed red, her eyes bloodshot, and her body trembled in anger. I thought that my decades of hard work were going against the heavens, but in the end, it was all in vain. But I never thought that I would be stabbed in the back by those who thought they were on my side. I see. Yuanyue looked up to the sky and shouted, damn it. Mu Yanyan and the others didn't understand what Yuanyue was angry about, and they were all confused. Even Zhou Xiaoduo was full of doubts at this moment, and it was difficult to understand. After a long time that Yuanyue's breathing finally calmed down, but she first let out a long sigh. Her entire person looked a little older. She didn't have much energy left, and she seemed to have lost most of it. What happened just now? Mu Yanyan asked. Yuanyue ignored her, and raised her head tremblingly. Xiaoduo, come, you still stand in the same position as before. Look at the Phoenix Turnback Mountain under your feet, the mountains on your left and right, and the Phoenix City and even further away. Look at it with your heart and see what it looks like. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at it seriously, and quickly outlined a relatively complete image in his mind. As this image was outlined, Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked by his own visualization, and said with some uncertainty, this. If viewed as a whole, it looks like a big bird. Yes, a big bird. Yuanyue said with relief, remember, the mountain under our feet is called the Phoenix Turnback Mountain. And the stone we are standing on now is a complete big stone, weighing tens of millions of tons. I call it the Phoenix Head. Sister Lan, please take Xiaoduo to the sky again to see the whole picture. Okay. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo looked thoughtful after seeing what he saw. Yuanyue asked expectantly, what did you see this time? I saw a big bird. Zhou Xiaoduo said honestly, I don't know if it's because of the factor of preconceived notions, especially when looking at it from the sky, the impression is more vivid. Anything else? Yuanyue asked. Looking for monthly votes, subscription and recommendation tickets. He was too tired to type, so he went to rest. Chapter 153. Also. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little uncertain, but he still told her the ridiculous idea in his heart. The big bird I saw spread its wings and was about to fly. The mountains on both sides were like flapping wings. Yuanyue said seriously, then tell me, can this big bird fly? Zhou Xiaoduo said honestly, it can't fly. Why? The entire Phoenix City is the body of this big bird. It's close to the ground. Based on the momentum of the big bird, it can't be moved at all. Combine it with your previous discovery. It's the water vapor that soars into the sky. Yuanyue guided him patiently. I've already thought of this, but even if the water vapor is added to the big bird's momentum, it's still not complete. Is it because of those 2 points? This time, Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a long time and said, I'm not sure, but it does look like. He Yuanyue exhaled twice and said, if that's the case. Let me put it in another way. This big bird wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Its wings were ready to soar into the sky. Its tail was also ready to soar into the sky. However, it seemed that someone on the ground had used 2 hands to firmly hold the 2 legs of the big bird. This big bird was firmly fixed to the ground. So, this big bird, no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't fly. He Yuanyue had made it very clear. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with understanding, that's right, it does feel that way. When the water vapor soared into the sky, the big bird had a chance to fly, but... Think about it again. The 2 places you went just now, don't they look like the place where the big bird's feet were caught? He Yuanyue's voice was getting more and more urgent. From a geographical point of view, it should be those 2 places, but I can't be sure. Zhou Xiaoduo finally nodded. He Yuanyue let out a long sigh of relief. So the root cause of the decline of the Phoenix Pulse spirit is actually here. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and breathed tiredly. I've been wondering for decades, how could the big bird not fly with the accumulation of 43,000 years of earth veins? I see. He Yuanyue muttered to herself. She was filled with disappointment and sadness as she muttered to herself, the human heart is so terrifying. I'd rather imprison and kill the phoenix, just to drink a mouthful of insignificant phoenix blood. I'd rather not let the phoenix soar into the sky and soar through the 9 heavens. He Yuanyue smiled miserably and said softly, the phoenix soars and cries, the 9 heavens congratulates, the true dragon echoes, the dragon and the phoenix bring prosperity, the mountains and rivers of the universe, the seas and the rivers are clear. This is supposed to be an ancient trend that follows the will of the heavens and the people. Yet now, the phoenix wails yet doesn't rise, the dragon hides yet is unable to emerge, and all of this is actually caused by the selfish desires of man. He Yuanyue's eyes were filled with boundless hatred as she looked ahead. Thinking of the 2 places she couldn't see, she felt as if she was weeping blood. Such a person should be an animal for all eternity, and his entire family should be exterminated. He would be a beast for all eternity, and his 9 generations would be exterminated. Mu Yanyan was terrified. To be able to make He Yuanyue, who was like a Buddha, utter such a heavy curse, it seemed that this matter was serious to a certain extent. Old principal, what's going on? Can you explain it to us? Mu Yanyan asked cautiously. Teacher Mu, please wait a moment. After I finish watching tonight's weather, I'll explain it to you in detail. He Yuanyue's eyes almost didn't blink as she looked at the dark Phoenix City under her feet. The entire city boundary. Her eyes were filled with eagerness and expectation. Time passed by little by little. The full moon had already deviated from the overhead. And He Yuanyue's expression became more and more anxious. Why hasn't it come out yet? Where's the Azure Dragon? Are you going to watch your partner endure imprisonment and die in humiliation? Where's the dragon? Time went back a few hours. In the pouring rain, Qin Fangyang swept through the forest. His sword light was like lightning, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. This forest had completely turned into a battlefield. Today, I've really seen the power of money, it's not empty words. Qin Fangyang didn't know how many times he had sighed in his heart. He originally thought that things wouldn't be that difficult to deal with. How much power could a local tycoon mobilize? With his tyrannical strength at the nascent soul level, few people in the entire Phoenix City could do anything to him. But the reality was obviously beyond his expectations. The local tycoon, Shen Yushu, had mobilized an extraordinarily strong force. Ever since he sent Zhou Xiaoduo home, Qin Fangyang had been constantly attacked. Just when he was having a meal in a small restaurant, he was attacked 3 times. Poison, sneak attack, strong attack. The 3 consecutive attacks made Qin Fangyang feel even more incredulous. After that, as Qin Fangyang left the city, the attacks continued. When Qin Fangyang climbed up the Phoenix Tail Mountain, the number of people under his sword had already exceeded 100. And as the number of people who died under his sword increased, the combat power of the people dispatched by the other party also increased. After a night of fierce fighting, 7 or 8 experts at the peak of the Origin Core realm had already died under Qin Fangyang's sword. Peak of the Origin Core realm, martial arts master, each of them was no weaker than Zhou Xiaoyan, but they had all died in this battle. Qin Fangyang was surprised. He grabbed a few of them and interrogated them. Kill Qin Fangyang. In the dark channels of Phoenix City, a new reward for killing Qin Fangyang instantly caused a huge commotion. 1 billion Astral Souls coins, 10 Astral Souls flame pills, 10,000 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls jade, an ancient book that can allow one to cultivate to the cloud transformation realm, and the reward for Qin Fangyang's head. 1 person kills, 1 person gets the reward. The reward will be split equally if more people kill him. If you die in the mission, regardless of whether you succeed in the end, you will get another 100,000 as a settlement fee. Such a huge reward, not only in Phoenix City, but even in the Central Plains, this was the first of its kind. Money moved people's hearts. Such a huge reward could be said to be shocking. This explosive news caused the underground world of Phoenix City to go crazy overnight. As a result, many well-known experts came in disguise, hoping to get a piece of the pie. Looking at the time, it was close to 7:00 in the evening. At that time, he had just sent Zhou Xiaoduo home and killed a few experts who had ambushed him. Also, through the roadside surveillance camera, he had spoken before. It seemed that it was at that time that Shen Yushu finally decided to issue the reward. After a series of killings, Qin Fangyang finally felt that he was indeed ignorant and inexperienced. At the very least, he was outdated. Who would have thought of this during the fierce battle at the Sun Moon Pass? Some rich people in some places can throw away so much wealth just for their own personal grudges, driving these experts who are already considered to be accomplished cultivators to rush to their deaths. Money, is it so good? The power of money, is it so captivating and unafraid of death? Better than the perseverance of the heart? Better than the righteousness of the country? Better than the responsibility of a martial artist? Better than the principles of injustice? The more Qin Fangyang killed, the angrier he got. In the end, he did not hold back and started to kill. Since you all have the ability to go to the front line and use it here as the lackeys of the rich, then I can't say anything. Whoever comes, I will kill. Even if you're alive, you're still someone else's dog. Why can't I kill you? Come on. Endless noble spirit, endless heartless people to kill. Qin Fangyang was on Phoenix Tail Mountain, holding his sword to his chest and laughing to the sky. Watch me kill my way out in broad daylight. Ha 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 ha. The torrential rain was like a waterfall. Qin Fangyang had completely turned into a killing god. He no longer walked in the light but hid in the darkness. Assassination? Don't I, Qin Fangyang, know how to do it? Don't I, the 5 swordsmen, count as a powerful dragon? How long could a few local tyrants of Phoenix City act so arrogantly? Qin Fangyang was on this Phoenix Tail Mountain, moving back and forth, killing here and there. With his tyrannical cultivation, at least in this area, except for a few people, he was an invincible existence. The rain continued to fall, and people kept dying. The rainwater flowing at the bottom of Phoenix Tail Mountain turned into a light pink because of the death of too many people. Even Qin Fangyang had forgotten how many people had died in his hands. The power of money could drive people crazy. From dusk to the arrival of the storm, from the downpour to the end of the storm, Qin Fangyang didn't stop at all. I will give you a chance to take revenge. I will also give you a chance to vent your anger. If you can't seize this opportunity, don't blame me for being merciless. In the end, although there were still people at the bottom of the mountain, few people dared to rush up. Qin Fangyang is just a teacher in the 2nd high school. He only taught the martial arts class. Why is he so difficult to deal with? Nascent soul cultivation. How can a teacher of the 2nd high school's martial arts class be at the nascent soul cultivation? Impossible. This understanding, had been questioned and puzzled by many people, but it was difficult to understand. Qin Fangyang is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as we rush up, we can kill him. This kind of words had been said countless times. In any case, nearly 400 people had charged forward because of this sentence, and not a single one of them had survived. At this moment, hearing this sentence again, no one dared to go up. This Qin Fangyang must be good at assassination. In other words, in this mountain forest, it is no different from his home ground. Going up is suicide. Otherwise, it can't explain why so many people were killed by him. This kind of talk was getting more and more. We have to find a way to force him out. Otherwise, we can't do anything and can only sigh. Everyone was thinking of a way. As the mastermind, Shen Yushu was also thinking of a way. He had overestimated Qin Fangyang as much as possible, so he put out such a high reward. In fact, this reward was really put out by him in a moment of impulse. He almost regretted it the moment he put it out. The price was too high. But he never thought that under such a reward, under the tide-like serial assassinations, Qin Fangyang would be safe and sound. Not only was he safe and sound, but so many experts died. It was almost like they were rushing to their deaths. Chapter 154. After a night of killing, Shen Yushu would have to pay close to 200 million just to settle down. However, Qin Fangyang's words made Shen Yushu even more furious and fearful. I heard that CEO Shen's hands are stained with blood, but I don't know if you have more or I have more. It was this sentence that made Shen Yushu even more fearful. If I don't kill Qin Fangyang, I won't be able to sleep well in the future. He could feel Qin Fangyang's killing intent towards him, and it was not that he did not regret it. As his son's teacher, Qin Fangyang was originally from the same side, and could be said to be a natural ally. Especially when Qin Fangyang specially reminded him for his son's safety, and even took extreme measures without regard for his status. He only hoped that his son would not go out to train, and it could be said that he was already extremely benevolent. Not to mention the disclaimer. He had stubbornly allowed his son to go out, and this matter could not be blamed on Qin Fangyang. This point, Shen Yushu was clear in his heart. If he could handle this matter rationally, Qin Fangyang would not be held responsible, but the guilt in Qin Fangyang's heart would still exist, and the two of them would have a high chance of becoming friends through this matter. To be able to have such a capable person as Qin Fangyang as a friend was already a blessing. However, he could not take this lying down, and his only thought was, my son is dead, and you guys are safe and sound. Then I will mess with you. What I have is money. See if I don't mess with you to death. I only need to throw money, and I can also smash you to death. It was this kind of arrogance that allowed him to command the wind and rain in Phoenix City for so many years, and the pain and madness of his own son's tragic death that made Shen Yushu take this step. And now, there was no turning back. The rain has stopped. Stopped? It's good that it has stopped. Shen Yushu jumped up. Burn! Burn the mountain. Force him out. CEO Shen, against such an expert, I'm afraid burning the mountain is not very useful. Yes, he is flying, fire is useless. He has been fighting for 6 hours. Have you seen flying? Is he made of iron? Shen Yushu said indifferently, if he could leave, wouldn't he have left long ago? Since he is still here, it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that he can't. Who would be so stupid to face 10,000 experts and not retreat? So stubborn? The others thought about it. This makes sense. As a result, thousands of large carts filled the foot of Phoenix Tail Mountain with fuel. An order was given. Flames soared into the sky. Qin Fangyang, even if you can fly, I will still burn you to ashes. Shen Yushu looked at the raging inferno that stretched for several hundred li, his heart filled with indescribable joy. We've been fighting for 8 hours. Are you, Qin Fangyang, made of iron? Even if I'm tired, I'll exhaust you to death. Shen Yushu muttered to himself, Die, Qin Fangyang. Die! Ah! The fire soared to the sky. When the fire started burning, the people at the foot of the mountain were shocked to see Qin Fangyang's figure appear on a protruding cliff of Phoenix Tail Mountain. Beneath Qin Fangyang's feet was a towering inferno. It was as if he was floating amidst the flames. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Fangyang let out a deafening roar, Shen Yushu, I will give you another chance tomorrow. In the light of the fire, the sword aura soared and turned into a long, cylindrical dragon. It was bright and dazzling as it soared into the sky. In the cloudless sky after the rain, it soared and danced. Then, it turned into a meteor-like ray of light, streaking across the sky and leaving calmly. Just like a comet, it pulled a long tail and disappeared into a place that was difficult to see. Shen Yushu's face turned pale. At this time, a few people rushed up with dark faces, Mr. Shen, the information you gave said that Qin Fangyang is at most at the peak of the inner core realm. Even if he hid his strength, he should have just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Is the early stage of the nascent soul realm his limit? But how do you explain the situation now? Flying thousands of feet in the sky and flying on the sword. This is clearly the cultivation of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Mr. Shen, to assassinate such a peerless master of martial arts, the minimum requirement is that the information is accurate, right? Shen Yushu, you are simply cheating people. Facing the tide of accusations, Shen Yushu's eyes stared blankly and his face turned pale. Qin Fangyang had been in second high for so many years, but he had never really shown his strength. The information that was registered in second high was also very vague. Moreover, Qin Fangyang had always been teaching the martial arts class. As for teaching the martial arts class, embryonic breathing realm cultivation was enough. Even innate realm cultivation was enough. Shen Yushu had already estimated Qin Fangyang's cultivation based on the highest estimate. There was a 30% chance that he was at the inner core realm. The worst estimate was that he had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. There was a 70% chance that he was at the inner core realm, master realm cultivation. This was not only Shen Yushu's guess, but also what most people knew about Qin Fangyang. This included many teachers in second high who thought so. There were only a few people who knew Qin Fangyang's true strength. As for the attack on the long street that involved the Umno alliance, they had already sealed their mouths. Now that Qin Fangyang had displayed such strength, Shen Yushu and the people who participated in the encirclement felt a chill in their hearts. A basin of ice water poured down on their heads. The fire on the mountain was still burning fiercely. With so much fuel, it was enough to burn Fengwei Mountain to ashes. After a long time, Shen Yushu finally gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, the reward will be doubled. Everyone who had come because of the bounty had an ugly expression on their faces. Fuck you. Even if it's increased by 10 times, I won't go. Money is good, but it's only useful if you're alive to enjoy it. Fighting with someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step to the cloud transformation realm, is seeking death. Luckily, I didn't rush up stupidly. Otherwise, this day next year would be my death anniversary. Me too, it's so fucking dangerous. This Shen Yushu really tricked people to death. The scene of Qin Fangyang flying on his sword at the end made me feel cold all over. I'm infinitely glad. This fucking. It's like taking a stroll with your head tied to your belt. Luckily, we came late, otherwise. In one night, almost 2,000 people died. 2,000 martial arts practitioners who were at least at the peak of the innate realm, and more than half of the embryonic breathing realm and inner core realm, all died in the hands of one person. They only found out that he was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step to the cloud transformation realm. Will those who died die with regret? Is this Shen Yushu retarded? His son's teacher is such a peerless grandmaster. Not only did he not suck up to him, he actually made their relationship to this extent. He wants to use a 1 billion bounty to kill someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Is there something wrong with his brain? Let's go home and sleep. That glimpse just now scared me so much that my legs turned to jelly. For 100,000 yuan, he risked his life with a peek of the nascent soul realm expert. Fuck, is 100,000 yuan enough to fucking kill Shin Yushu? Alright, let's not talk about it. It's already a great fortune that we didn't die. Let's go. Tomorrow's drinks, my treat. My treat. Don't fight with me. Inner core realm expert, actually didn't die from chasing a cloud transformation realm expert. My luck is indescribable. It must be my treat. Let's celebrate properly. Don't say that. Normally, embryonic breathing realm experts can also fly. However, the height Qin Fangyang flew to in one breath was more than 10,000 feet. The distance he flew directly on his sword. Damn, I don't think there's any problem for him to fly a few thousand miles around the 4 major cities in one breath. It scared me to death. Isn't that so? All the assassins who were chasing after Qin Fangyang were all discouraged. They left while discussing. No one was interested in the reward anymore. Looking at these people leaving one by one, Shin Yushu's whole body turned cold. Even his eyes began to show despair. The only thing he relied on was his own money. Now that money had lost its attraction, Shin Yushu could no longer think of any other way to deal with Qin Fangyang. He stood there blankly for a while, but said viciously, "Help me make an appointment with Chairman Meng tomorrow morning." The phoenix turned back. On the mountain, He Yuanyue was anxiously looking at the southern sky. She was waiting for the moment when heaven and earth converged and the dragon soared after the rain. Her gaze was so ardent and expectant. However, there was no movement in the distance. The full moon slowly deviated from the top of her head. He Yuanyue looked up at the full moon above her head for a while, then at the southern sky. Seeing that the full moon was about to deviate from the center, she was burning with anxiety and muttered, "Where is the phoenix if there's no dragon? Where's the dragon? It's impossible that there's no dragon. Come out." He Yuanyue called out weakly. Right at this moment, far away, a fire suddenly rose into the sky. The fire reached an uncontrollable level in an instant. The entire southern sky turned red because of it. The huge heat caused by the fire quickly turned the rain that had just fallen on the ground into steam. The steam rolled and rose slowly into the sky along with the heat wave. Not only He Yuanyue, but also Zhou Xiaoduo, Mu Yanyan, Zhou Xiaonian, and Sister Lan, who were watching on such a large scale, all saw this scene. Due to the raging fire, the heat wave formed a cloud of water vapor that filled the air, creating a peculiar sight in the air. The vapor slowly spread, expanded, and engulfed the entire Phoenix City. Right at this moment, the steam in Phoenix City seemed to be attracted and changed again. At the moment when it was about to converge with the heat wave, suddenly, it changed its course midway. An atmosphere spiraled, carrying the sweeping heat wave, and rushed into the sky. From Fenghuihui's side of the mountain peak, the scene was clearly that of a huge fire dragon. It was surrounded by endless red light. Suddenly, it drilled out of the soaring flames and soared into the sky with all the power of the flames. This fire dragon had a head and legs. Its 5 claws were awe-inspiring. Its whole body was covered in flames and golden light. It was clearly a dragon's scales. The way it shook its head and wagged its tail was as if it had suddenly broken free from endless shackles. It was mixed with tens and hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. It erupted and soared into the sky, with more than enough. The continuous body of the fire dragon seemed to be endless. Its head was already in the sky, but there seemed to be a huge body that kept drilling out from the ground. I've been exploding continuously for half a month without stopping. In 15 days, I've updated 230,000 words. I'm really tired. I'll take a rest tonight and continue to explode tomorrow. Maybe I'm still not as much as others. However, I'm at the forefront of the updates. As for those old guys who have been writing for more than 10 years, I'm probably the only one who's still updating like this. Cough. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please recommend me. Please come to Chidian Chinese Network and support me. Thank you, you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.